Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to an exciting session that's going to run till noon today. So we've got 3 hours to be together. We've got a lot of information to hand out, but it's your information. It's your learning time. So we've got people from outside our state. One of our speakers is from Montana. We've got West Virginia, Ron Heck, and then we've got Greg Vavra, our gravel guru from South Dakota. He's online, and I'm betting Andrew's sitting with them, or maybe not sitting with them, maybe in another site. But we've got experts from around the area that are here to chime in. Rob is in the background now helping to moderate, and Rob is the Vice President of North Central Region for Knife River Corp. He's an absolute expert on gravel, on production of materials, not just gravel, but production of any aggregate materials. He's worked all around our region, has great experience in South Dakota, North Dakota, Montana, and other areas. He's here with us helping to moderate. In that classroom in April, we shifted to December. Both those face-to-face opportunities passed us by because of COVID. We are looking at coming back in April with the face-to-face class. Hopefully Steve's able to help us, John, and then the big one is Rob Rabel. Again, Rob is with Knife River, so he's part of the AGC. He's part of the contracting end. We need to understand how to spec in and test materials. But we, as importantly, need to understand how the materials are made. How do we balance what Mother Nature has given us with the equipment that we have and produce a good quality product for the road? Our efforts are quite simple. Our learning today is to figure out how to make better gravel. Better gravel means better roads. Better roads are safer roads. It's a huge undertaking, but we all deserve, as motorists traveling down our gravel roads, to get home safe every single day. And the number one problem with gravel roads, anybody remember? The number one public problem with gravel roads? Anybody? They're not paved roads. That's the standard that we're held to. And it's funny, in North Dakota, the DOT has about 8,000 miles of paved highway. There are 107,000 miles of roadway network in the state. That means that the locals, the counties, the townships, the cities have almost 100,000 miles of road to take care of, and 60,000 miles are gravel. That's what we're talking about today. The bulk of our roadway network is gravel, and we need to figure out how do we do things a little bit better, produce better materials, help the contractors better use the resources that we have. And so all that molds into what we're handing off today, which we're coining a gravel preservation, much like asphalt preservation, gravel or bridge preservation, gravel preservation. How do we take the natural resource, put it on the roadway, maintain those 60,000 miles of roadway in North Dakota economically? Yeah, they're not paved roads, but we can do a little bit better. So Rob, I am so glad that you're here, and I am so looking forward to April, hopefully April. You and I and Steve and John can be face-to-face with people across the state. But Rob, do you mind adding a few comments about what you see from the contracting industry in gravel production?
Right. So thank you, Dale. Appreciate all those kind words. So Dale and I have been acquaintances and friends, which is really weird because he started out at the DOT in Dickinson when I first met him, and I was a contractor, and we always got along really well, and always appreciated Dale's ability really to just work through the problem for the benefit of all parties. And that's kind of reminds me of what we're talking about here today. To reiterate a little of what Dale said, we were really excited to get face to face with you guys. I think there's this project has been exciting to me personally because I had hoped that, before, a spec rolls out, and we'll talk a little bit about PISD rolls in this thing, we wanted to, kind of our day to be able to make sure everybody understands the wants versus the, what your wants and needs are compared to what you have available in your area for gravel. And what does that mean to the contractor? Specs are great if they're logical. And we had a big meeting with AGC, with the spec committee months ago here, and we started talking about the new gravel road spec that had that PI thing in it. And Dale and I had a really good conversation in front of about 60 other people. And Dale said, hey, look, ultimately, you know, do you get, Rob, the desire to do better at gravel roads? And I said, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Dale. I've crushed gravel probably in just about every county in North Dakota in my 30 some years of doing this. And man, there's been some times where we were directed to put up stuff in certain counties that I felt bad about doing. It was essentially like clean sand with no rock, no fracture, no hint of PI. And I grew up in the country and I know what that does on the roads, and I get it. So, you know, we want to be partners, and I think I represent the industry. We want to be partners in this project to give you guys a good product. But my thing on this is we got to understand what's in the ground, because sometimes you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but there are some things that we can do, you know, to help you. And that's good for all of us. And the other thing that's important to us is, you know, we'll talk about this probably more, but sometimes a county will point us to, you know, a pit that there's no prospecting data on, and then say that you want a class 5 or class 13 or modified gravel or whatever. And, you know, how do we give you a fair bid if we don't really know what's in the ground to begin with? And we're going to spend some time talking about that today. And I'm really excited about this. I hope we can get this out to every county eventually, and really think in the spirit of partnership. How do we do this, but be fair enough to say, hey, we recognize what we've got in the ground, and this is what we need to do, maybe a little bit on our end and a little bit on your end jointly, to give you the best product that we can.
Awesome, Rob. Yeah, how many times have we caught up where a county's spec, hey, can you, Mr. Contractor, go up to that knob and produce a material, and very little to no knowledge of what could be in that knob. And they're asking you, the contractor, to produce a cake with only half the ingredient, or maybe none of the ingredients, and yet holding you to a standard that's absolutely ludicrous. So we do need to understand what's out there and how to make that cake for the quality gravel. And to help us, to get us started, we brought in John Ellingson, and John is with Terracon. John is the exploration geologist with more than 22 years of experience with aggregate resource mapping, mineral exploration, mine exploration, reclamation, and remediation across the U.S. You worked for the mapping program with the state of Minnesota with DNR for over 10 years, and now is a lead with Terracon for their West Fargo, Grand Forks, Jamestown offices. We're lucky that he was able to break away from an important meeting this morning to be with us, to share a little bit about what he's doing or has been doing in areas, but specifically we brought him in because really liked how Morton County had tapped into Terracon and John, and are trying to figure out what they have so they can make that cake with the resources they have. So with that, John, I'd like to turn it over to you. If you can help us understand, what do we have out there and what can we make?
All right, thanks, Dale. Let me know when you can see my presentation there.
There you go. It's coming up. There you go. You're live.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about exploration development, and then if we have time, I'll jump into the reclamation a little bit and post-mine land use. So kind of looking ahead in the presentation, I'm going to start off just some general aggregate facts, issues, some of the common uses, as we all know. Spend most of my time on exploration, inventorying, and mapping. And then get a little bit into mine development, some of the opportunities with mining, and then reclamation and post-mine land use. Of course, when we're talking about aggregate, we're talking about both sand and gravel and crushed stone. Primarily in North Dakota, we deal with sand and gravel, a little bit of crushed stone in the western part with Scoria. And you get into Minnesota, you get a lot more crushed stone in the western part of South Dakota, and into Montana, we get a lot more crushed stone as well. But primarily today, we're going to talk about exploration in sand and gravel. As we all know, aggregate industry, largest non-fuel minerals industry in the world. It's produced in all 50 states and almost every county within the United States, and I think all the counties up in this area in the Midwest. Just a quick distribution of a few of the gravel pits out there. There's a lot more than this, but these are some of the ones that have been mapped. You can see across North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, a lot of gravel pits, a lot of crushed stone pits out there. General trends in the aggregate industry, big picture, if you look at it, yes, we go through little ups and downs, but we're always going to be needing more. More infrastructure, more roads, more houses, more developments, on top of keeping the ones up that we have. So continued increased use in the aggregate industry, and it's basically going to continue that way with minor ups and downs. Uses of aggregate, everyone on this call should be pretty familiar with that, but if you break it down, about 45% of aggregate is used in concretes. Concrete is used pretty much everywhere. One of the most important things we have out there for infrastructure. You got roads, bridges, just about everything you can see made from concrete, parking lots, dams, sidewalks, pretty much everything out there. 22% is used for road base and coverings, the material kind of under the roads to make it stable, and the coverings for kind of weatherproofing on the surface. 13% for asphalt and bituminous, roads, parking lots, sideways, hiking trails, pretty much anything asphalt's used for. 13% for construction fill, which we're all familiar with, and then 2% for concrete products, a wide variety of products out there, everything from culverts to blocks to, just about any odd shape we can make. And then we have, driveways, gravel roads, county roads, township roads, all that good stuff. When you get into more of the crushed stone, that's where some more of like the railroad ballast is used, riprap, jetty stone, for erosion control. In the western part of the state, you get scoria used for well pads, access roads, and then just a lot of miscellaneous uses we don't think of: swimming pool, playgrounds, water fountains, beaches, roofing granules, baseball fields. Just pretty much the uses of aggregate is pretty endless, and it's very important for our infrastructure. So next time you're zipping down the road there on the top picture or pulling up to a building, you can see the many uses of aggregate and how important it is, again, to the infrastructure of not only your city or county, but the state and the nation. So what determines what we use aggregate for? And, in one word, it's quality, the quality of the aggregate. Quality is, I think Steve is going to spend a lot of time on this, so I'll just zip over it pretty quick. But basically the soundness, the durability, the textural characteristics. So what that is the mechanical strength, kind of how tough it is, how it holds up, the chemical properties, swell, shrinking, how it absorbs water, expansion, things like that. Textural quality of the rock, the size of the grains, as Rob was talking about, the distribution. Got to have those fines and that binder material in there. But you got to have the angular stuff for stability. So just kind of the textural characteristics of that. And that ultimately determines whether it's going to be a high quality aggregate used in concrete and asphalt and higher ends for like bridges, dams, runways, or lower quality aggregate, more, gravel roads, construction fill, things like that, which also have other specs, but they're generally more textural specs at that point. And then there's just little things. You don't want a swimming pool with iron oxide in it. Sometimes it's structurally fine, but it's just aesthetics. Sometimes you have pop-outs that maybe structurally aren't real bad, but you don't want those shale pop-outs and concrete breaking, things like that. So there's a lot of different things when it comes to quality, and I think Steve is going to be talking about that most of the morning. So I'm going to get into a little bit more of the exploration. So what determines the quality? Basically, it's the geology. I'm a geologist, exploration geologist. And, ultimately what determines the quality of the aggregate is the geology. So it's what geology you start with. So example, Minnesota, there's different rock types in the northern part of the state for crushed stone, and what's there is what's there. Here we're all covered by glaciers, hundreds of feet of till and sand and gravel deposits. So if a glacier comes in from the northeast here on the superior lobe, it goes over these rocks, have very high quality, strong rocks, brings that over the Twin Cities areas, you get great gravel. However, some glaciers came from here where it's more carbonates. They got some shales in there. They came down through Minnesota, and they go up in the Twin Cities with poor quality deposits. So on the same parcel, top 8-10 feet could potentially be extremely good gravel from the northeast, and then you have stuff that doesn't meet concrete specs coming in from the southwest direction. So even on the same parcel, you can have completely different quality. So it's knowing the geology, where things come from, Where the source rock material is, how it was sorted, the geological structures will tell you a lot about the quality and the texture of that deposit. This is a more in-person one, I guess. Typically I'd hand out my 3D glasses now, and you can see you'd be able to see the glaciers in 3D kind of come down here. Some of the places they paused, some of these end moraines, things like that. But when we get in person, hopefully we'll get a chance to look at that. And it's a fun picture to spend some time on. And then there's a lot of local issues too. In the southwest part of North Dakota, the geology is different. We'll say the last glaciation, approximately 10,000 years ago, didn't hit the southwest part of North Dakota. It's more, say, 100,000-year-old gravel. So on the right, you can see there's a lot more oxidation, a lot more iron in that. So pretty poor quality from that standpoint. Or the gravel on the left is more formational gravel. If you think of the Badlands, there's a lot of siltstones, sandstones, clay stones, shales, things like that. So some of the gravel that's out there, even when we identify the deposits, again, they're made from that formation, and it's pretty poor quality on the left. And on the right, again, very oxidized and older gravel. Every once in a while I have other issues too. I'll just bring ERIONITE up for one example. Western part of the state, it's like an asbestos type material that's supposedly in some of the deposits out there. And the health department and the DOT has come up with some areas and some gravel pits that you can't use because of that. And again, you can have perfectly good gravel and ERIONITE gravel within the same section, depending on where it came from and what formations it went over. So a lot of local quality issues come up as well. Crushed stone in western North Dakota, I guess Scoria. Scoria is great. These are a lot of well pads. It's angular stone, good stability when they're putting those pads up, but it weathers extremely fast. There's a kind of first week put down, second week, third week on there, and then the bottom row is your fourth, fifth, sixth week. You can see it pretty much turns into clay at some point. It weathers extremely fast, especially when you get that oil traffic on it and large trucks and things. So there's a lot of quality issues, but like Rob mentioned, you kind of use what you got to use at some point too. So sand and gravel are high bulk, low value commodities. This transportation accounts for a considerable amount of the delivered price, and that's why it's extremely important to find and access aggregate close to the market. If you think back to that picture I showed, kind of the distribution of pits, not like iron mining where there's one or 5 pits in Minnesota and it supplies, all the US or the world. Sand and gravel, you need pretty local stuff to make it affordable. There are scarcity areas. If you look at the Red River Valley here, there's a large glacial lake Agassiz in here. So you have thick silts and clays which are generally thought to be void of gravel. So you can see the gravel pit distribution is pretty much lacking in like the Fargo-Moorhead area, Grand Forks area, and anywhere in the Red River Valley there. So, and we'll get into some of the gravel source in that area, but for years and years, it was thought that this area was pretty much completely void of aggregate, but we're starting to find a lot of deposits there now. The other thing is encroachment. This is Bismarck in the 50s on the left there, Bismarck in the 2000s on the right. Some of the better gravel deposits are right down here, actually where the airport is, for example. Beautiful gravel deposit. So there's a lot of gravel down in this area, but what typically happens is cities kind of grow the way they grow and they cover up the gravel deposits, and sometimes it may be the only gravel deposit in the state or in the county. So just some of the preservation of some of those deposits is important. You can see kind of a large terrace deposit here. Right there, and you can see it's completely covered with development. So that kind of got us into starting the gravel mapping is for planning, county planned use decisions. I worked 10 years in Minnesota mapping multiple counties out there for the land use planners, county engineers. And our main point was so the deposits did not get covered up by some of the larger cities in the Minneapolis, Mankato, St. Cloud areas, Fargo-Moorhead areas, so that we're not developing over some of the best gravel deposits. So we started a mapping program, and then the other reason is if we show basically where all the gravel is in the county, generally when townships and counties need gravel deposit. It's not just some of the bigger companies that are the only ones that know where some of the deposits are, but we kind of even the playing field a little bit. So that was the purpose of the Minnesota program at that time when I was working for it. So, but traditionally, you know, people always look at soil maps, topo maps. That's how mapping has happened for a long time, for decades and decades. Air photos. Then GIS came along, you know, 20, 25 years ago. You have the digital elevation models, using GIS, incorporating all this data. We look at all the water well data. Every well that's drilled in a county we'll take a look at. Nice clues to obviously what's below the ground surface. Looking at vegetation, land use. Why isn't this land being used for agricultural? Typically because it was too rocky, too sandy, too well drained. So some of the land use itself tells you where the gravel's at. Vegetation, crop production, you're going to get a nice production in clay soil and silty soil, whereas a well-drained sandy soil, typically the productions are down, things like that. So bringing all this information in to look is how we've been doing this mapping. Again, combining those techniques with soils, digital elevation models, air photos, with GIS, just a great tool kind of pulling all that stuff together. But what we do on top of that is kind of more of a landform mapping. So looking at the glacial deposits, the way they're being deposited right now, where there's existing glaciers, looking at how those systems work, knowing that North Dakota, Minnesota, you know, into South Dakota, Montana are all covered by ice at one point. Let's look at the properties and what landforms exhibit sand and gravel. So you can see on the lower right there, the difference in glacial landscape in this part, we're kind of prairie pothole, and up in here. So you look for gravel differently than you do here. And then up in the mined area, you look for it very differently in the large terraces up there as well. So depending on where you are, you look at, like, here's 4 very distinct zones where I would map gravel very differently in those areas. So landform mapping, it's basically, for example, I'll use a Esker up there where there's a stream flowing on ice at one point, and where that stream is what carries the gravel. So when the ice melts, which actually green on the picture there, but when that ice melts, it leaves this gravel ridge called an Esker, and you can see one of those down in that lower right picture on the left side. And then the same thing with Kames. The river used to float on top of the ice. The water would go down, and it would make these large gravel cones. And typically these are very coarse gravel deposits because all the finer sand and gravel will run down into the outwash deposits that you'll see further away. So just knowing how these are formed, that's how we do our mapping, kind of predictive mapping, landform mapping. This is just an example of kind of the way mapping was. You used to look at air photos, topographic maps. Now we use Google Earth. You can see things stick out a lot better. Digital elevation model, Hillshading, you can just pull these deposits out. You know, you can make a little 10-foot ridge look like a mountain range, basically. So extremely, extremely good stuff. And that DEM came out, 25 years ago. That was just a game changer. Again, I think this is west of Bismarck. You can see with air photo, you got a terrace deposit right here, which you could map, and topography, you can see it. But with the digital elevation model, you can see a lot more of it. As the river kind of came around and turned here, generally it's going to deposit your coarsest gravel first in this area, your nice sands and gravels in this area. And then as you get back into this lower stuff, you get more of your fine sands. So just knowing how the structures are formed will tell you not only that there's gravel there, but a lot about the texture of those deposits as well.
John?
Yep.
Can you go back to that last slide, please?
Yep.
Can you walk us through the river flow direction? Are we inside the curve? Are we outside? Where are the course? Again, can you help paint that picture for us?
Yeah, so in general, just looking at the right picture here, the water would be running towards the northeast, kind of coming around here, and then it'd be flowing towards the right. So this is kind of the inside of a meander. The river channel is kind of running right through here. So again, as that turns, it's eroding on the outside portion and then depositing on the inside portion. And again, the coarse, nice material is going to be dropped out first, then the kind of the typical sands and gravels, and then you're going to get more of the finer material in the sands as you go further around that bend. And then you will not find gravel on the north side here because that's where it's being eroded away. And I have a few pictures down the road that are backed up a little more, might be a little easier to see that.
Thank you.
You bet. Terrace deposit, similar stuff, just what he was talking about there, as the stream goes, and this happens from anything from a foot wide to, 100-foot wide stream to some of these that were deposited that were 2, 3, 4 miles wide long streams. I'm saying things we were just talking about. The inside of the bends is where you're going to have a deposition of gravel. The outside is where you're going to have erosion. And also a lot of, in these larger areas, you want to look up on the surface, because imagine this is a small river running through here, but at one time this was bank to bank all the time for, years. So basically you have large terrace deposits, and you can tell a lot about the terrace deposits too, just by the formation where they are, because there's erosional terraces and then there's depositional terraces. Erosion is where it digs down, and then deposition is where the sand and gravel is. So mapping those terraces. So a lot of people look right around the rivers, where the best deposits are actually right away up the valley on those flatter areas. Similar to this, everyone kind of looks down in the low part, but in reality, some of the best gravel deposits are in those upper terraces on the outside. This is just another example of something we can do with GIS. You look at this deposit. You can see it's an outwash deposit. It's primarily gravel, but we can kind of change the scale, and then you can start pulling out a lot of these eskers, and the better the gravel deposit. So everything here is sand, but you can start pulling up those gravel layers where those streams ran in the glaciers. So just with GIS, you can manipulate the data pretty good to do that. This is just another example of that Dahlen Esker up in the Grand Forks area, where you can just see it and you can just change it. And again, just kind of make it almost look like a mountain range, and it's fairly flat up there. So, and that's where, when we went from DEM to LiDAR data, when this stuff became real popular 5-10 years ago, LiDAR data, another just humongous game changer, stuff that we could never see. Now I can go to the Red River Valley. I can find gravel deposits, inside Fargo-Moorhead that we could not see previous to that. So just looking at Clay County, for example, Fargo-Moorhead's right here on the left side. You can see going from DEM is pretty nice, pretty cool stuff, but with LiDAR, it's just a lot more detail out there. So this stuff's, if you've been in the Red River Valley, basically flat as a pancake out there, 5 foot of elevation change within several miles. So it's very flat, but with LiDAR, you can really pull, again, things out. You can make that 1-2 foot little ridges out there look like, almost mountainous areas. So you can pull a lot of gravel deposits out that previously could not be seen. Again, just another example in Clay County, kind of what we were looking at with DEM, which again was incredible. Went a long ways from the air photo and topo maps, but now with LiDAR, the information that we can get finding these sand ridges, sand and gravel ridges that are buried is just so much easier. This is one that's right in the Moorhead area. Again, I drove out here. I'm driving across it. I can't see it with the naked eye. You can't even tell it's there. But with LiDAR, I stretched that data out. So instead of representing 256 feet elevation, I did that in a 5 foot range. So it pulls out some of these large sandbars that are located in areas typically thought to not contain gravel. Just more examples of that. Again, there's gravel pit here, gravel pit here. People are like, why isn't there gravel around? We're drilling up here, we're drilling up here. But when you pull the LiDAR data, you can see the old channels. You know exactly where you can look for gravel. You can see the ridges, things like that just scream out. There's an old gravel pit feature here you can see as part of that system. So you want gravel, you just kind of follow that, what appears to be a ridge on this map, but in reality it's pretty flat as a pancake again out there. Just more examples of some of the features that you can pull out. This one's in Norman County along the Red River here. Again, areas where we thought there's no gravel, you can pull these very large, and a lot of these are actually sand ridges, but you can see all the old channel deposits, all the old beach ridges, things like that. So basically with the DEM, with the air photo, with the LiDAR data, if the gravel's there, with the geological background, we can find it if it's in place. And like Rob said, it's not always where you want it. It's not always the quality you want it, but, and we can't make gravel, of course, but in general, we can find it if it's out there. And these are just some of the tools we're using to do that. Again, the difference between DEM and LiDAR. And another great example of where you find gravel, wherever you have a large outwash stream and you have a smaller outwash stream entering it, when you have those two bodies of water, or two streams entering, you're going to have this stream here coming, depositing, again, the coarsest gravel right here, kind of the sand and typical sand and gravel right here, and then the finer sands and stuff lower down. So whenever you have one stream entering another stream body, and again, think of these again as outwash channels. These were side to side, full of water. They came together. Wherever you have them entering, you're going to find nice gravel deposits. Just another example there of outwash deposit. And also for mined use planning, these are some of the kind of mined out areas in the beach ridge areas. You can see obviously mining right here. Where the gravel, what gravel you have left. Can you go a little bit further this way? Do you go north, south? It just kind of helps in some of the planning of the mines as well. So what we'll do when we go to an area, we take the topography, we take the air photo, we look at all that information, we grab the soils data, which is extremely helpful. The current gravel pits, look at the LiDAR data, we look at the Google data, put that all together into like a potential map. And this is obviously an area that's flooded with gravel, but you can see we put it in very high is the darker colors, then high, medium high, and then the lighter color you get is the less probability that's actually there. So if you're doing exploration, yes, you could find gravel anywhere in here, but in the dark areas, I'll say it's there 8 out of 10 times. These areas here, 6 out of 10 times. When you get in the lighter areas, it might be 1 out of 10 times you'll find it, but geologically it's possible to have gravel here. So obviously you want to go with the darker colors first and get the larger, better deposits. And then from there, of course, you want to go confirm that it's there and go drill, make sure it's, okay, it's gravel, but is it sand? Is it gravel? What's the texture? What's the quality? You still have to go out and do the drilling to find some of that stuff. So this is just to run through a full example. This is my hometown, Maddock, North Dakota. So I just kind of pulled the information from that. Here's the soils data. The blue is basically gravel. The red is sand. From there, we pulled the gravel pits, and I want to just point out a few areas that in this area, for example, I'd say the soils covered about 40 to 50% of where we actually found gravel, and some of the nicest deposits were not identified. Again, this is soil data, kind of top 8 feet, not looking at landforms, but more just the sediment type that's out there. So we mapped the existing gravel pits, looked at the air photos, Hillshade, the LiDAR data, Google Maps. So we came up with a potential map of this area. And you can see some of the best gravel deposits out there, the darkest colors. Again, it weren't on the soil maps, but by mapping the landforms, you can see some of the best deposits out there. As we talked, as you go to the inside of a corner here, you're going to have the coarsest gravel here, and then some of the sand and gravels, and then the finer gravels back here. Same thing when you round this corner, coarsest, medium, and then the finer stuff. And then we have one stream entering another large stream. You're going to have, again, that nice gravel deposit. And then we pulled out Eskers and other things out here as well. And then we also know a lot about the thickness, overburden, aerial extent, how many acres, the quality, texture, deposit type, based on, the wells and existing gravel pits out there. We could start getting some of that information. Real quick, talk about Clinker or Scoria in western North Dakota. If you're not sure or haven't heard how that is formed, basically what happened is lightning would start large grass fires a few hundred years ago, for example. It'd reach a coal seam, which you can see here. It would start that coal seam and it'll burn for hundreds of years, even longer. And some of those are still burning in western North Dakota with the smoke and stuff coming out of them. And what it leaves behind is a ash layer, a gray ash layer on the bottom. So if you hit that, you're at the bottom of your deposit. And then basically what it does is it bakes the clay above that and makes bricks. Same way we make bricks in our factories. So it'd bake that material there, and that's where you come up with the clinker or scoria. So if you're mining clinker scoria, hit a gray area, that's the bottom of your deposit. That's the ash from the coal that was burning below that material. Mapping, that's more based on topography. Again, we use a lot of the same tools, topography, DEM, hillshade, to map, to come up with kind of a high potential, medium, and low potential for scoria. And a lot of that's based on thickness, and the variability within scoria is pretty big too. So we do look at quality and put that in the higher potential for some of the stuff. If you get thicker coal seam, you're gonna have more heat, you can have a harder substance. And then we do everything from, if a company calls us and say, hey, we're doing a road through this area, can you look at the 10? We can take an hour or two, look in that area, or we can do a full class 5 where it's basically all the information's compiled. This is Blue Earth, kind of Mankato area, some of the maps that we made, LeSueur County, Benton County. So some of the aggregate potential maps, and this is crushed stone and sand and gravel. We take all that information, make it digital, so you can click anywhere in the county, click on a point, and it'll tell you everything about the age of the rock, what type of rock it is, overburden, thickness, the quality, texture, you know, anything about it, all the characteristics. You can click anywhere on any one of these polygons, and it'll tell you all the information about that. Same with the gravel pit. You can click on a gravel pit, and it'll tell you all the quality information, anything that's been done on that gravel pit. So that's kind of the full-blown class 5 that we do. So just a ton of data exists when we do that. Everything from, you know, Mona Shale, Los Angeles Rattler tests, you know, all that material, spall material, etc. And then exploration techniques. We looked at drilling earlier. Trenching is a common one for surface deposits. Geophysics. We do a lot of geophysics, kind of fill in the blanks. Red is gravel, blue is clay. So we can go out to an afternoon and collect a lot of data. It would take a lot more drilling, and it kind of fills in the blanks of the drilling too. For example, we'll go out and do geophysics, drill a couple holes to confirm it. You know, we see there's gravel from about 20 feet to probably about 90. So then we'll go and drill a hole, and, you know, 0 to 19 silt, 19 to 90 sand and gravel, and then 91 to 105, where that yellow is more of your sand material. So we kind of correlate the geophysics, and it just adds a lot of site information that'll help out. One of the best example I've seen of that is a company went out and they drilled this hole right here. You got gravel, sand and gravel, sand and gravel, gravel, sand and gravel, you know, gravel. So any geologist would logically connect the dots there, and it is what it is. Company went out there, had a very large dragline operation. They hit clay. They drilled a few more holes, gravel, but there's a big clay thing. So we went out and did geophysics, and you can see, you know, it's very patchy. This is actually like a meandering stream coming in and out of you at the screen. So it kind of goes to the north there, and then back at you, and then away from you. So geophysics adds a lot of data for mine use planning as well as exploration. So that's kind of most of the way through my talk. That's kind of the exploration end. I can either stop here, take questions, Dale, or kind of finish off and take questions at the end, whichever you'd prefer.
Let's keep running if we could, John.
Yep, sounds good. So the next thing is kind of working with county planners. And one of the biggest things that we're promoting and look at is sustainability. It's a big buzzword out there right now. Again, kind of looking at the environment, the economic, and the social needs. People call it the 3 Ps, people, profit, planet. You know, look at a 3-legged stool, the environment, the economy, and the social needs. So, you know, that's one of the big things going on out there. And one of the things I did with Minnesota for 10 years when I was in their program was really selling mining as an opportunity. Let's take this piece of farmland that we're putting, you know, agricultural chemicals on, and let's make it into a nice creative wetland, a development, things like that. So actually using mining as an opportunity. Don't look at it as a problem. Look at it as an opportunity for land use planners to maximize the potential of the land and the resource involved and create new opportunities that weren't there before. You got a county that doesn't have any natural lakes, let's make a lake. If you need it for development, let's only mine down so deep, not below the water table. So really working with the counties, working with the planners to come up with a creative end use of some of these things. Example of that, there's a parcel in Olmsted County near Rochester, Minnesota. Is agriculture. Developers want to develop it. Gravel people want to mine it. DNR folks want to make it wetlands, lakes. So basically, why not make everyone happy kind of thing. So took that area, mined some of the gravel out, not all of it. Left a great place for development. You can see on the right there. You can see the ducks, and I didn't even put those in. Those are actually ducks and geese out on the water there. And again, some of the richest, nicest houses are around these areas. So really diversifying a lot of things instead of just putting houses over it and a plain old development. You got a diverse development. We made wetland habitat. We made a lake out there. We used the gravel, so really kind of that big approach to doing things. And again, sustainability considers the needs of the current generations as well as the future generations. So, what do we need now versus what do we need in the future? Another example of that is this large gravel complex here that was made into developments afterwards and a large park. So county cities had a plan out there to make this work. They're still dredging gravel, but they have development all around that. And this now is a big, beautiful park area. So this one is Blue Earth County, Minnesota. And I think what Dale said in the beginning, protecting our fisheries, recreational opportunities, enhancing water quality, agriculture, wildlife, open spaces. And we're at the bottom and we're upside down, but protecting mineral resources, protecting mine resources. So protecting some of that gravel and don't develop it over it. Let's use that gravel to develop our communities, as well as making good use of the land afterwards. And it really depends if you're doing gravels or quarries. Quarries are a little different, harder to reclaim. Types of pits, you have gravel pits, sand pits, burrow pits, pretty easy stuff to reclaim. Quarries, crushed stone quarries, dimension stone quarries, industrial sand. Some of that stuff's a little bit harder to reclaim, takes a little more planning. Again, anytime you're doing pits, we're talking about unconsolidated material. So a gravel pit is obviously gravel, a sand pit is obviously sand, and a barrow or a burrow pit, however people say it, is basically taking any material that's there, and it's used more for fill if you're building up a approach or a road or some of the, the base material below the base material, just kind of borrowing whatever materials out there. Those areas in general, the way you mine them, you can reclaim them fairly easy. So just kind of a typical sand and gravel pits that you'll see out there. And the biggest thing is mining above the water table or below the water table. And then quarries, as this is more consolidated rock. In general, you have a lot steeper high walls, a lot deeper. There's dewatering that happens in there. And then industrial sand is mined very similar to the way sand and gravel is. And then dimension stone, where your countertops, things like that come from, are typically very steep. And this is generally a lot longer use, but primarily we'll talk about sand and gravel pits today, because quarries are a whole different story. Distribution of quarries, I just picked Minnesota here. The type of rock, again, the southeast part of the state, you have carbonate, you have basalts, you have granites in the St. Cloud area, you have quartzites in this area, and we bring some of that into North Dakota and eastern South Dakota quite a bit. So, basically with bedrock, you're stuck to what's there, whereas sand and gravel is kind of a mixture of materials. So before you start a quarry or a mine, you kind of want to know what your post-mine land use is going to be, and that will determine how you mine it. Do you stay above the water table? Do you go below the water table? How steep are your walls? What do you leave it in? What type of condition do you want it at the end? And you can adjust your mine plan kind of as you go. So mining sand and gravel, big picture, strip off the top material, the topsoil, keep that for reclamation. Basically scoop up the gravel, put it in the crushers, sorters, screens. They're going to kind of determine your end use, different blending techniques, different things. You can add stuff from other pits and quarries to come up with your final products. The other way of mining gravel is you can go below the water table, which obviously limits some of your post-mine land use a little more, but you can do that with BACKHOE and some of these smaller deposits. This one here, you can see they're using like a floating dredge right there to mine. Or this is a Gray Cloud Island. It is very large dredge that goes down, 110 feet, giant buckets that come up and bring that material and process it off. So from very small scale to very large scale operations. Whereas with crushed stone, first thing you do, again, you take off the topsoil, kind of prepare it. You do drilling. You put holes in there for blasting. So you drill it, you blast it. You can see this area right here is where the blast is out on. This is in Twin Cities area, so kind of before the blast, after the blast. And, up till the 80s and even early 90s, blasting was a little bit of a wild card. They got that so under control right now. The fly rock and the ground vibration, mining industry has done an incredible job in that, and everything's down to the milliseconds and digital. So, a lot of those issues that were around before that people were afraid of are really taken care of. So industry has done a great job doing that. So again, just kind of before the blast, after the blast, basically the explosive lifts it up and sets it back down. And you can see there's nothing that's kind of flew off that property whatsoever, even that area. Just a perfect example on the blast that happens out there. And then they mine these in terraces. You can see different types of terraces here. Bring all that up to a processing facility where they put it into the size, sorting, blending till you get your ultimate end use of that material. So the difference between reclamation and post-mine land use, reclamation is basically you take a bean field, you make it a bean field. You take a cornfield, you make it a cornfield. Post-mine land use is mining it and making it into a better opportunity at the end. So again, look at mining as a temporary land use and what can we do in the future. Minneapolis area now. You can see, some of the best, most diverse areas are where the gravel pit exploration happens. They make baseball fields, parks, complexes, developments, whole gravel pit into developments. Again, this is just another example. Mining's happening here. The houses are coming right, and the value of these houses probably outweighs the value of the gravel that came out of there. This is an old mine area in the Rochester area. Now it's a swimming area. And sometimes reclamation. Again, you take a bean field, you mine the gravel, you make it a bean field. Cornfield to a cornfield. This was trees. Took 15 feet of gravel out, they planted trees again. So reclamation is getting it back to what it was. This is my previous company. We worked on a roller coaster in Fiesta, Texas, where actually a roller coaster in a park is in an old quarry. So, that the uses are really, really endless. So just using best management practices, considering the needs of the current and future generations. Sometimes this company wanted to go in and do a nice reclamation on one of their old gravel pits, but the county actually wanted an ATV park. So the reclamation was an ATV park. You can make wetlands, grass, hunting lands, wildlife habitat, fishing ponds, native prairie grass in this one, trails, recreation, parks, tennis courts, baseball fields. Pretty much take a piece of land like this, and after, it's kind of agricultural land. After mining, you can make it into beautiful property like this. So it's kind of again, post-mine land use, and mining can actually be an opportunity to upgrade some things. So that's my conclusion. If anyone has any questions, I think I'm done.
John, that was absolutely fantastic. If you want to stop sharing, maybe we can get you on screen. And audience, if you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear from you. And we do have one, either Rob or John. What do you suggest for landowners for land restoration after gravel is removed from their property as part of the lease agreement? What are some best practices? What would you recommend that the landowners include in their restoration?
Yeah, I think, it all depends on what they want. Like I said, in a lot of instances, agricultural land, they want back to agricultural land. In a lot of North Dakota. And somewhere around the cities, they want development outside of the Fargo-Moorhead area. If you got a pit 5-10 miles out of there, people want those diverse places with a lake. You don't got to drive 45 miles into Minnesota to get your lake cabin. Let's get it 10 miles out of town. So you can actually make the value of the land a lot higher if you're not farming afterwards. So it depends quite a bit. but typically you want to preserve the topsoil so you can get it back into agriculture. And the most parts in North Dakota, that's what they want. So a lot of leases that are signed say, you know what, I want you in and out of here in 8 years or 10 years or 3 years, or by next season I want to plant my crop again. So yeah, it depends quite a bit on what they want and how much is there too.
Perfect. Rob, from a contractor's perspective, what do you like to see in a lease? What do you recommend?
10-cent royalty, no reclamation concerns. Those things are really pretty cool. No, we really have to have and this is really very serious, I make light of it, but we have to have a really good partnership with the landowners, right? I mean, if you get a bad rep of not taking care of them or their property, life gets pretty short for a gravel producer, really. So, just about every pit we've gone into, everything that John talked about, I've mined in Greeley, Colorado, that 3 years later was just a gorgeous lakeside development. And in North Dakota, I suppose 99% of the time they want it restored back to farm ground. Quarries are a whole different thing. Usually, I would guess the ones that we're operating now, and 10 or 20 years from now, they'll be, deep lakes with houses right around them and so forth. But it really depends on what does the landowner want. You got to know going in. And John alluded to it, if you're going back into topsoil, you better make sure that you strip it, and get it back so they can farm in it and be productive land. And we've gone into hilly pastures that, and that were just good for pasture. And, sometimes the landowners will, force is a hard word, but will require us to screen the rock, the scattered rock out of like pasture ground. There's a reason they're not farming it. And we screen out the topsoil, which is not a very good thing to do, but, we can take ridgy pasture land and turn it into a nice, farmable field. So it really depends on what they're after. And we don't really, unless we own the site, which that happens occasionally, most of the sources that we mine in North Dakota, because the gravel deposits are so small and really not very good, it really depends on what the landowner wants. And we know that going in, and that's really the direction, how we mine and how we reclaim to the landowner satisfaction.
Thank you. You said something interesting, John, that we're starting to find deposits. Isn't that mind-boggling? Wouldn't you have thought that with all the work we've done around the state that we would know where everything is? In 1996, Jill Howe, one of the doctors at UGPTI, put out a report, an MPC report, that, we really had to watch our gravel supplies, that they were, to use them wisely because it's a limited supply. And that's what we're talking about, gravel preservation, making use of what we've got. And certainly there are areas that those sources are depleting, and we're struggling to find materials. In 1996, Gene Fisher, and Rob, you were working with them, came into the DOT and said, along the interstate, when we built the interstates, the fear was that when we finished, there wouldn't be any gravel left for any development after the interstate. It was going to take that much material. And Gene came in 1996. After that, Joe released a report and said, you know what, we have found more material since then than we ever knew was available. We still need to preserve those sources. We need to identify them and use them wisely, not just spec a knob over there and have Rob and his crew go out and try to make a cake with something that's not there. But it's interesting that you're still finding stuff, and I love how you're using technology. Now, Morton County, I wouldn't mind if Nate or Chad, if you would be able to chime in. So the aggregate potential maps, what the product that you've purchased, in this case from Terracon and John's work, allows you to look at, pictorially, look at your county, recognize where you might have deposits. What else in your layers of knowledge for where material is in your county? You mind elaborating?
I don't think we had much. We had our old prospect data and some old maps. I think the technology, like the soil maps that we when I first got here, 7 years ago, we were kind of looking at those areas. And then when Terracon came on board, then we kind of, Morton County is not a real hot spot for gravel. So we're trying to do whatever we can to try to find something. It just makes it more economical for us to not have to haul, 20 miles to 30 miles to gravel a road. So I guess from the history, And even the talking to me and Chad were just talking about the old guys that we talked to on the phone. I mean, there's a lot of good knowledge out there with a lot of these old guys. So we're using the maps. We're looking at old pits and sites, and we might even be going back into some old pit sites or going right across the road from these spots and then trying to pursue gravel in those areas. So it's you got to use the knowledge that's out there too. So the mapping and all that stuff's great, but just an add-on is to talk to the old guys that are out there, and there's a lot of stuff out there. So.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Nate.
that's one of the things, like talking to landowners, they know their land. They know what's out there. They've dug fence posts on everything. You know, we talk to the contractors, the people putting internet out there. You know, they've trenched across a lot of the areas, putting telephone poles in. You know, all those guys have a lot of good information. Like you said, the farmers know their land, and it's a good resources. And the other thing, like you said, is a lot of the way they used to mine, they didn't go below the water table. So a lot of gravel pits were abandoned. Go into some of those old pits or so some of the areas and drill. And now with backhoes with 40, 50 feet arms, I mean, you can pull a lot of gravel up below the water table as well. So yeah, definitely agree with all that.
John, NRCS, you compile layers for the soil data that they have. How deep are they looking, or traditionally did they look for soil types?
Yeah, you know, different counties, different times, but, you know, 84 inches, 60 inches, you know, was typical depending on when it was done. And those guys too, great source of information. When we do a county, we always talk to them, and a lot of retired people we talked to too that were out there and did it. And did you look at this area? Did you look at this area? But yeah, typically, again, that's the surface stuff. And a lot of times, if there's 3-4 feet of clay overburden over the gravel, the soil is going to be classified as, you know, a clay or whatever. And it may just be a beautiful gravel deposit from 4 feet down to, you know, 80 feet. So again, it's a great clue. It pulls out 30% of what's out there maybe. But in general, a lot of those areas have been explored. Like Rob mentioned, others, people use those soil maps for decades and decades. So a lot of the areas have been drilled that show that as well. So great tool though.
Thank you. Then Morton County, in the past, you've had a gravel prospecting crew, so you've done that for a while. About how deep down were you going when you were taking your hoe out and doing exploration checks?
In the past, we were taking a backhoe out, and, you know, we would get down 10, 12 feet, and, you know, if you didn't find much at that point, you just kind of quit looking, you know. But I think now everything Terracon's been drilling for us, they've been going at least 25 feet. And, you know, if they find something, they actually go a little deeper, kind of see where the bottom is. But, you know, it's the other big thing about doing it with the drill compared to us going out with a backhoe is the backhoe kind of leaves a mess out in some of these guys, say, prairie spots. I mean, where the drill, it doesn't, you know, make such a mess, and you're kind of a 6-inch hole compared to a width of a backhoe, you know. A lot of these farmers are kind of liking that a lot better, we're finding, you know. And I know you talked about the royalties a little bit earlier, but yesterday I talked to an older guy. He was 88 years old. We're going to look on his land, but we had a pit back in 1966 in their property, and 10 cents a yard was the royalty back then. So I thought that was kind of interesting yesterday. And after telling him how we do this with the drill and all the technology, he was all for letting the county go on his land again, you know. And in the past, he kind of got upset the way they looked, so he hasn't let the county on their land for years. So that part of it has helped us a lot, I think, on trying to find gravel too, you know.
And Dale, this is Nate again. I don't think the backhoe's out of the question. You know, the drilling operation, you're not pulling up big rock and stuff, right? You're getting the aggregate, and you're getting the sand, and you're getting like, okay, we got some gravel here. And then maybe we'd go back out with the backhoe and say, well, what kind of bigger rock do we got there that we can crush? So they both work hand in hand. You know, it's just, I think the basic concept of going out and drilling and trying to find it works way better for us, time-wise, that type of stuff. But if we get into something that's looking like it's going to turn into something, we might send our hoe out there and look for some bigger stone and see if we can make something happen out there. So.
Well, I love it. So Rob, they're trying to get better information to hand off to you to produce. What do you think?
You know, I like it. And you know what Nate was just talking about, you know, I was thinking about how we do it, you know, and then, you know, when you go with a backhoe, it's not bad, but it's intrusive. And you go with an excavator, right? I mean, when you, like most backhoes, you know, even extend a hole, you can get down 15 feet. And, you know, one of the things we talk about when we're prospecting is the concept about finding new pits, right? I mean, we're mining stuff today that 20 years ago we would have looked at and said, no way, right? The good sources are going away. And I think that there's better ones out there. I mean, proof's in the pudding. We have a large prospecting team on full time. We never stop looking in North Dakota. And you know, just a couple of weeks ago, we hit one down in Slope County, and I thought I drilled every square mile down there. And by God, they found a really nice pit, you know? So, I mean, it keeps happening. But what we do, our to go along with what Nate said, totally agree. Very, very unobtrusive to go in with our drill, right? We use a solid core 6-inch drill, kind of I think what Morton County's talking about. And you know, what the objective is first we get out there to see if there's potential, something there, right? The auger will pull up something, but as Nate correctly said, there's two problems really with the auger. One is that it pushes the big rock aside. You never see them, you can feel them. And the second thing is that if you have a decent amount of overburden, which is generally the case in North Dakota, any sample you pull out of there is that auger spinning that material up is being contaminated with overburden. So we have seen consistently dirtier natural fine readings on the drill versus the backhoe. So yeah, I mean, not to give away all our trade secrets, but I know some of you guys got it figured out. But I mean, we locate the sources with the drill, and if it looks potential, that's when we bring the backhoe in. But for gravel, you know, it doesn't bother us too much. What we think we missed there is a false 200 because it's bringing up the overburden, but then also the amount of rock is critical, and the drills just can't bring them up. So we do both, and I think it makes a really good sense. Our landowners, we found too, they're real open to the drill. I mean, you see the tire tracks, and you got to look for the holes in most cases. Little 6 inches, you don't even notice them. But if you tear open the ground with a backhoe or an excavator, you know, you make a scar, no doubt.
Nice, love it. So this cost the county a little bit to have you in, John. And without going through numbers, anybody can get a hold of you and find out what it costs. I can tell you it's less than a pickup what they've invested so far, and they've got Morton County has beautiful layers of information for the wells, the NRCS data, the geology review that John's done, and others that they've compiled a layer with where their pits are, the exploration they've done. And now they just keep getting to build this, which is incredible information that is, as Rob goes in to bid something, he can bid with good conscience. But the other thing that I really like about what Nate and Chad, you have done, is you're taking those maps of where your material is and you're overlaying that with what your gravel road network looks like in your plans for regraveling, and then trying to mesh where you should be looking for materials or importing partial materials. If you had a rocky, sandy material, how do you bring in some fines versus all the material? And figuring out what your plans are for the next 5 years. I love the way you're planning your development of pits to match your needs. And that's why what John's got here is so powerful, because it builds that base, that strong foundational base of what an area might look like. Morton County's got it. You're doing it in other counties. My hope is the entire state gets blanketed by efforts like this, so that we better understand and help Rob make better gravel, help Rob, Knife River, and the other contractors make more money and get safer roads. Greg, I think South Dakota, you know, we are so blessed to have Ken Scorseth, and then Greg Baver is with us today with South Dakota LTAP. Your thoughts on what you've just seen?
Well, I think, good morning, Dale. Good morning, everyone. I think it's very important. I know from my days of back being a highway superintendent, we had some pits that the foreman had been there for quite a while and said, yeah, this was always good material when we used to use it, but the pits, there's nothing left there anymore. And what we really found is back in the old days, before better equipment, better practices, they would go out and they would take the best part of the gravel, the easy part of the gravel, and then they would just make a hole and they would just move on and move on and move on. And we had one particular pit where they said, yeah, we just don't think there's anything left out there. And it's like you said, the landowners know what they have, and they're like, I think there's a lot of gravel to the east there. We crushed 150,000 ton out of that pit after it was empty. So those types of things are out there. I think we've done a lot of exploring around old pits, but we're fortunate. I mean, the county I come from, we had, 36 square miles in a township, and we only had 12 townships. We had 38 open gravel pits. I mean, if we played our cards right, we never hauled more than maybe 8 or 10 miles ever on a gravel project. We would schedule out 5 years down the road, we're going to gravel this certain road. We just knew between that time and 5 years, we need to crush in that area. And yeah, we were fortunate. We've got so much ample gravel in my home area that they will never run out of gravel. It's 20 foot deep and there's sections of it. So quite a variety. But yeah, that was very interesting, what John had to say. I'm glad I got to see that part of the presentation.
Thank you, Greg, for joining us. John, any closing comments?
No, just thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to getting on the road here when this is all over again, and love to meet up with you guys. So appreciate your time.
And from Maddock, Wells County, central part of the state. So you're easy to get around to anybody on this call that needs help. Thank you for joining us. Chad and Nate, thank you for bringing this to the light so we get to the forefront so we could share it with others. Any closing comments from Morton County?
I guess this is Chad. Us as a county, which most of is the gravel is very hard to find, and we've been probably concentrating most of our looking right now in the northern part of the county, and we got a lot of holes that we drilled, and we're kind of coming to a conclusion there ain't much up there. So by having these guys on board, that kind of eliminates areas where we're going to be looking now, because we're just not going to be able to find it in that area. So now we're going to kind of shift our resources to different areas where we kind of know where there's been gravel in the past. And that's probably the biggest advantage of having someone like this helping you out with this is, I mean, I could send a backhoe and go out and you could dig in pastures all over, but these guys can drill these holes. I mean, they can drill probably 6 holes an hour. Well, if you go out with a backhoe and drill a hole and you're covering the holes all back up, it just takes a lot of time to do it. And it actually is cheaper having these guys drill the holes for us than sending out my resources. So that's something to look at there too, if people are out, considering hiring someone like this. But we bring this to the commission, to the board, and they kind of were aware that the county was, in trouble finding some gravel, and they all pretty much jumped on board with this. So, I mean, it did cost us a little money up front to get this going, but now we have it, I mean, the whole county's mapped for years to come. So, I mean, we can keep looking every year, and like Greg had mentioned, that's what our biggest deal is. We're trying to find gravel where we're going to be graveling in the next couple of years so we can put up a pit. And this, I think, is going to help us a lot in the future. But that's all I got. I don't know if Nate has any more to add, but.
No, we're glad to share our what happened here. So.
Well, I love the innovation. Nice job, Morton County. John, great big thank you. Nice job. We'll be in touch. Audience, thank you for joining us. We're going to switch to the next speaker. If you want to stand up, we're going to run straight through, but stand up, get a little stretch break as we switch into the next part, which is Steve Monteluk. Steve is joining us from his home in Missoula, Montana. Well, Steve is one of the gravel experts. We're really lucky in our area. We've got Greg and Ken in South Dakota. We've got Steve out in Montana, and then we tap into others across the nation that are gravel experts. But imagine that right in our area, we have some of the nation's top gravel experts. So with us next is Steve Monolux, and he's going to share information, the series that will help us understand good gravel, what it takes to make good gravel, what we should really be doing to best leverage the material that we have provided by Mother Nature. Now, audience, I did run the first session a little long, and as moderator, it's my responsibility to keep it in check, but the material that was being handed off was very valuable. What that means is that Steve's got a lot of good stuff. He's going to run a little past noon. So we're going to keep running here. And if you are not able to stay past noon, Steve, we definitely want you to get through all your material. We'll be recording it so you can join us later and not miss anything. But with that, Steve, I'd like to turn it over to you, one of our nation's gravel experts, a gravel guru out of Missoula, Montana, Steve Monolux.
Well, thank you very much, Dale. As, of course, you're always very generous about our experience and expertise and so on. But I have to say that when I joined the Forest Service in 1970, I looked at the first gravel pile, gravel surfacing pile, and thought it was a pile of dirt because I was familiar with base course. I really wasn't working in any low volume road agencies prior to that time. But my 30 years of the Forest Service was very educational, of course, but I still have more to learn about gravel. It's a very challenging material for because it has to hold up to traffic, and it's regardless of what people tell you, it's an unbound material. It's we're going to talk a lot about clay today as a binder, but it's going to come apart in time, and it's going to need maintenance. And but I think the main thrust of this presentation that I'm going to provide today just talks about better quality gravel and the benefits of that, and how to get better quality gravel with the materials that you have available to you. So anyway, the topics we're going to get into are to first talk about the benefits of better gravel quality, talk about some gravel properties and quality of gravel. We'll talk about clay testing, so you have sort of a good understanding of what's involved in that. Understanding gravel performance problems, the value of sampling and testing, and some better practices for sampling, testing, and acceptance. Some ways to lower gravel costs. Some blading practices that will improve gravel preservation. And a main topic in this presentation is preservation, and that's very important to keep your costs down. Then we'll talk about some construction methods for adding clay to gravel, and there's all kinds of ways of doing this that I've observed over the years, and then there's some one-page guides and other information that I have in this presentation that are listed, and that information is available in a PDF format. And then some summary of primary points. And this whole all this material today is based on information that I've gleaned from practitioners out there that had good ideas, and I just hope I can convey that well, and you benefit from this presentation. First off, the benefits of better gravel. And this is probably pretty obvious, but we're talking about preserving gravel. If we use better gravel, it's going to last longer. We won't have as many shortages, and our long-term costs will be lower because we won't be hauling material extended distances. And I work for some counties that haul gravel 30, 40 miles, and the cost of that is just out of sight. So you want to try and avoid that if you can, of course. Better gravel also lower maintenance costs. So your annual cost for that will be lower. Also, when we talk about road user relationships and feedbacks, that's usually improved, and also road user safety. So these are sort of the benefits. But whenever we start talking about making changes, we have to face the fact that it's probably going to cost more, and that's something that I want to address in this part of the presentation. Greg sent me this study that was done by South Dakota a while back, and where they looked at the loose gravel per mile, and they had 3 different specifications. One that was a 1-inch minus, which is essentially just a maximum size spec. And they found that in that case, they had over 400 pounds of aggregate lost per mile. And we're comparing that to a spec that actually had a fines content. So they had some gradation control here. And they had a plasticity index of 3, which in PI is pretty much is just your clay content essentially. And notice the difference here. We cut that down in half, and then where they increased the clay content and they had higher fines or dirt basically in their gravel, they had even less. And this is a very critical information here, but you have to think about the cost of these. And I have some relative costs here, and I think the thing we need to think about is well, first off, there's less blading and washboards and this down here too. So the road users are happier with this, of course. But when we talk about costs, I have some ballpark costs here, and their cost per cubic yard, which I'll talk more about cubic yards as we go throughout the presentation. But you can see that the 1-inch minus material is pretty cheap, but this is more expensive. And we get down here and we're into $7. And so I would say generally my experience is that the better gravel is going to cost up to twice as much as this type of material over here, but it's probably going to last twice as long. So, and if you're saving your gravel resource in the same stroke of doing that, then that's a real gain, as well as reducing maintenance. Now, one of the things that I think people are concerned about is, where's the best investment, or where's the best place to put this gravel? And of course, it's on the high traffic roads. If you looked at, gravel thickness over time here, there's going to be a time when you're going to be replacing gravel out there. And if we looked at different traffic levels versus for gravel loss and gravel replacement, you'd find that there's a tremendous difference based on traffic. And so the best bang for your buck, so to speak, is where we have high traffic levels. So we're not looking at this good gravel quality material being put everywhere, probably, because there's areas where it's going to have a real good payback and other areas where it's not. So the question might be, which of your roads lose most of the gravel? And that would be, where you'd want to use it. Now, one of the things that I think is really important when you make a change is to kind of have a plan for determining the benefits of that, because you're going to be asked that, when you start spending more for gravel or anything else. I mean, you should be questioned on that decision to go to that higher priced material. And this table just provides a simple means to do that. Looks at years crushing, the tons crushed. And then if you're building new roads, which a lot of counties aren't, but you know pretty much how much you're going to put on that new road. And then if you measure your stockpiles periodically, you're going to know what's left in your stockpiles. And then just looking at these numbers here, you can figure out where else your gravel is going. It's sort of a back calculation, if you will, of in this case, tons used for gravel replacement. You can look at the years between the contracts, and of course, and then look at the annual tons used for gravel replacement just by manipulating the numbers here. And then you can make a graph. And of course, people understand graphs a lot easier than they understand a table like this at the bottom. But anyway, if you can see that your gravel replacement is decreasing, I mean, that's huge. Even if it's staying the same, that's saying something, because your traffic is probably increasing. So, and again, I think, you know, there's all kinds of ways of doing this, but this is one means that I've found it. You know, it's pretty simple to build this type of table, and it's worth considering. So the next section talks about gravel properties and quality. And in this, we're talking about particle sizes of the gravel, the gradation and percent passing, some gradation problems that we see with different gravels, like we saw in the previous bar graph from South Dakota. They had 3 different gradations there, and we're going to look at some different gradations. Well, I'll try and demonstrate the feel of clay and silt, and this is something that during the in-person classes that we've done with Dale, you know, these are where we pass out samples and we actually do this, and I'll use a document camera to try and explain that. The benefits of clay strength. So when we get into particle sizes, our gravels, normally people will use 1 inch minus or 3/4 maximum size material. And that, of course, the particles vary in size down to ones that are literally as fine as flour. And so we have the gravel, we have sand, and then we have the dust or dirt down at the bottom. And this is where the binder or clay exists that tries to hold all of this together. But the particle distribution here is really important so that we end up with a strong material. When we look at gravel specifications, we need to have a gradation which actually ensures that we get the right amounts of each size, and that's important. We also want to get rock fracture for interlock, so we get some strength from the structure of the gravel itself, and then that it contains enough clay, or plasticity index. And you know, this of course is one thing that is we don't want in our base course, but in our gravel materials we need that as binder. And in some places that's not very readily available. When we look at all of these materials, the 1 inch by number 4 material, for instance, is you know, we have just usually a little bit of the top size, and then we start seeing less and less materials going through these different sieve sizes. And then we have coarse sands, and then silt and clay. And that is what people call binder, or minus 200, or dust. And literally, when you see dust on the road, or dust coming off of a road behind a vehicle, I mean, it's primarily silt and clay and maybe some fine sands. But the big thing that, maybe the big takeaway from this slide, is the particle shape and the size of the difference between these two materials. Silts are round in shape, and for that reason, water is easily transmitted through them. Clays have a flat, platy particles, and the water actually bonds to these particles, and so water doesn't go through clay materials. And in reality, you know, we almost always have a combination of silt and clay in our soils, and in some cases there may not be much clay. In other cases there may be a lot of clay. So one of the things that I need to do is explain sieve sizes, and sieve sizes are these sieve sizes are the number of openings per inch, and the number 4 sieve that I have up here has 4 openings per inch, and so the actual opening size is like 3/16 of an inch because of the wire. In this case, the number 200 sieve is one that is, the openings are so small you can't actually see the openings, but nevertheless, our soil, silt and clay goes through those. So these materials are finer than the number 200 sieve. Percent passing is in all of our gradation specifications, and here we have these same piles of material, number 1 inch by number 4. We have some coarse sands and then some fine sands, and everything below that will pass the number 200 sieve. And so if this whole sample weighed 10 pounds, the dry weight of it was 10 pounds, and we had 1 pound passing the number 200 sieve, then the percent passing the number 200 sieve would simply be 10%. So, that's all percent passing as it. When we do a lab gradation test, we have a collection of sieves that we put the sample in the top sieves, and we shake these sieves, and again, we have sort of these primary dividing lines because everything above 3 inches is called cobbles. Our gravel is between number 4 and 3 inch, and the fine aggregate or sands is between number 4 and 200. And again, everything that passes at 200 is the silts or clays. And when we do this in the laboratory, we have to have intermediate sieves so that when we don't overload the finer sieves. And so we end up having what people call a nest of sieves. And these sieves a lot of times are round for smaller shakers, and they're rectangular for larger shakers. I use a field gradation test apparatus. I say it's just a 5-gallon bucket with a 12-inch sieve. This happens to be a number 4 sieve, and like a fish scale, and you can determine the percent past the 4 or the percent past the 3/4 when you're out there doing a sampling, and avoid taking the huge requirements that are required when you have larger rock. As an example, we put a gravel sample in a 5-gallon bucket. We weigh it, and the gravel weight would be, of course, the 12 pounds minus the weight of the bucket, which would be 10 pounds. We dump that material on top of the sieve, and we sieve it. And this is sort of a quick and dirty way in the field to determine what your gradation is, at least on one sieve. After we dump that in there, we agitate it back and forth, and you get material coming through that. And in this case, we have in the bottom of the bucket, we have the minus number 4, and so the material that passed the number 4, percent passing the number 4, or the weight of the material passing the 4 is 6 pounds, and the percent past the number 4 is 60%. So, that's not any kind of a sort of a accepted test procedure, but it's one that works well in the field for during investigations for sources. When we have test results, we normally compare them against specification limits, and these are the 2020 specification limits for North Dakota. It's referred to as the SSP 6 spec. It has a minimum and maximum columns here for all of the sieve sizes, and then it has a requirement for the plasticity index at the bottom. And 3 examples here to look at. This sample is on the high end of the minus 200. Everything is in specification, including the PI. This sample number 2 is also in spec. It's more in the middle of the specification range between these. Sample number 3 is on the a little bit dirtier material, so it's on the approaching the upper end of the specifications at least. Or I'm sorry, this one's cleaner. You know, and see, when you just look at numbers, it's easy to get confused. And so the purpose of this slide is, you know, to think about, well, which one of these will washboard? And looking at a bunch of numbers is tough to kind of see that, I guess. And you know, you might ask yourself, well, which one's going to cause float or loose rock or raveling? And the next slide, you know, shows ways to answer these questions, and it basically is a graph of percent passing versus the sieve size on the bottom here, and the number 4 specification limits are shown here. And what this slide does is it shows all of the specification limits that were on the previous slide. So you plot up your specification limits. And then you draw a line through these points, and this is often referred to as a specification envelope. But you want all of your tests to be in specifications if possible, so you want it to be between these limits. Now the sample number 2 was right down the middle of the spec, and you would expect that to perform really well because it is right down the middle of the spec. But the problem is that you may not have enough clay in the minus material down here. So it's not just the gradation, you know, that controls performance. It's also the clay component. The sample number 3, and this material is on the coarse side. It's on the lower end of the spec, so there's more coarse material in this sample, and it'll actually ravel. So, and that's characteristic of all gradations that are on the coarse side of the specification. And correspondingly, when you're on the fine side of the specification, you got too much sand in the gradation, you're going to have washboard problems. And another thing down here that we didn't have in these 3 gradations that I had in the previous slide was a slide that had too much minus 200. But when you get too much 200, you get rutting, because that gradation basically contains too much dirt, and dirt or silt or clay really doesn't have much strength when it gets wet. And so in that case, the minus 200 is controlling the performance of the gradation and rutting, which should be expected. So this is a picture of some different gradations, and this is shows the coarse aggregate here and the fine sands, and then the minus 200. And this is actually a pretty good gradation, and it should perform well if there's enough clay down in this minus 200, if there's enough binder in there. So this photo shows another another gradation that has a lot of rock in it, and not a lot of sand. And so in this case, you don't have enough sand size at minus 200 to fill all the voids in this material to make a decent gradation that'll hold together when it's subjected to traffic. So what's going to happen is you're going to be losing a lot of this coarse rock, and that'll be raveling. So that raveling is the problem that you're going to have with that gradation. And in this case, you know, maybe the crushing contractor should have crushed more rock, or maybe you should have looked for more sand in the source. And that may be an unusual situation in the Dakotas from my experience. But anyway, this gradation just has too much rock in it. In this case, the gradation has too much sand, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, sandy gradations ravel. They washboard. I'm sorry, and it's because sand really doesn't have any strength when it's dry. When it's wet, it can, you know, hold together pretty well, but course, in our environment in the summer, we don't get a lot of rains usually to keep surface wet. So we're going to get washboarding out of this very sandy gradation here. And you know, it could be that the contractor should have mined the source different and tried to incorporate less sand, but a lot of times that's difficult because there's sand layers that are almost impossible to not to take to get to rock. Maybe you should have rejected some sand, but you know, that's but the main point of this slide, I guess, is that you are going to get washboarding out of this last slide here, or last material. Now, I'd like to go through some demonstrations to identify clay soil. And the reason for going through this is there's a very simple field test that just about anybody can do to see if you have clays. And this can be really important if you're looking for clay to add to gravel, if you're wondering if the overburden in your gravel source has clay, or if maybe there's clay mixed in with the gravel that you have. And so identifying that in the field is very easy to do, and I'll kind of go through this. Basically what we're going to do is I'm going to, with a document camera, I'm going to show you some samples in the palm of my hand. And one of the things that's important when you're in the field is to try and polarize all the clumps that exist. And this, you know, you can usually just do that with your fingernail. We're going to add water to form a ball, and then we're going to try and roll a thread. And what we'll see is that with the silt sample that I have, it's very difficult to roll a thread. And with the clay sample that I have that I'm going to call a lean clay, only has about 20% clay, but it's very easy to roll thread. In fact, that's what this thread is here. You can also use a ribbon to try and form a ribbon with the different materials. Then we'll get into the dry strength samples, and we'll break those. And these are samples that I dried at room temperature that had quite a bit of water in them, and they dried back. And this is this illustration is done to try and show you the benefits of higher clay, and especially when it relates to trying to build a road crust on top of your compacted gravel. And so we'll get into that. So first off, we'll look at the silt and clay soil field test, and what we'll find is that the silt is hard to roll thread, like I just mentioned. You get a short ribbon or one that breaks off. And we'll also do what they call dilatancy. And that's basically where we'll shake the sample. And with the silt sample, when we shake that material that has water in it, you'll see water come out of it. And when you squeeze the sample, the water will go away. So the water can come in and go out of the clay, or excuse me, the silt very easily. When we get to the clay sample, it's going to be a lot messier than the silt, okay? And it'll be easy to roll a thread. We'll be able to get a long ribbon out of it, and we won't be able to shake the water out, okay? Now these samples I'm going to test here or mess with are samples that were dried at room temperature, and they were sieved so that there's only -200 in them. Now, in the field, when you do this test, you'll find that there's almost always going to be sands, and you need to remove those sands. And so I'll go through and demonstrate, you know, how that's done as well. So at this point, I'll switch over to the document camera, and I think I'll just do this, and I'll go to see if this works. Dale, is that, you see the document camera and my hand in there?
Right now we see your edit mode of the PowerPoint.
Okay,
You'll
so
stop sharing, Steve.
stop share. Okay, sorry about that.
You're good.
Now do I maybe click on the document camera?
Yeah, start sharing and then go to your document camera.
Okay, so I gotta,
Share screen.
oh, so screen share. All right. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, now I click on,
There you go. You're good.
okay, all right. Sorry, I'm pretty challenged when this comes to this type of stuff. So anyway, the first sample we have here is a silt. And again, you know, this is um, a sample that has some clumps in it, but the first thing you need to do is squash these clumps. And with silts, you'll find that the clumps are very easy to squash. You can just mash them between your fingers. You don't need to use your fingernails even. And you know, this is a dry sample. When you do this in the field, you know, your sample is going to have some moisture in it. But to illustrate just how this works, these little water bottles are kind of handy for dispensing drops into these small samples that you get. And so I'm kind of bunching it together here, if you can see that. And so I'm kind of trying to make a ball of that. And there's not quite enough water in it yet, so I'll drop another drop in there. And when you're doing this in the field, it's tough to know how much water to add, so you want to kind of do it sparingly. So get the ball established there. I don't know if you can see a slight sheen on that, but when you squeeze the sample, the sheen goes away, and when you tap the sample, it comes back, and then you can squeeze it or bump it again, and the sheen goes away. Well, the water is going in and out of that sample very easily, and then a strong indicator that you have a silt material. Now I'll try and roll this into a thread, and this is with silts. It's very difficult to do. I've got about a 3/16 inch of thread, and we're trying to get that down to about 1/8 of an inch. And as you roll this out, the material is drying because your hand is absorbing some of the moisture. And maybe I need to autofocus on it. I'll turn this on. Maybe that'll help. But anyway, I'll try and roll this out. And what happens here is it starts to crumble. And you see there's still quite a bit of moisture. There's a sheen in there. And I'll continue to roll it out. And when I get down to close to 1/8 of an inch, it starts to come apart. There's no cohesion in this material to hold it together. And cohesion is what clay provides, that stickiness, right? So I'm able to roll this out to well, a little bit smaller than 1/8 of an inch, but it's starting to crumble. So this is a much different, Rack's much different than the clay that I'm going to mess with next, all right? Now, the next thing we can do with this is make a ribbon, or try to make a ribbon with it. And it's tougher, much tougher to do that with this. I got to add a little more water to it. I dried it back too much. Okay. So I'll try and form a ribbon, and the way you do that is just between your fingers here, and your thumb and an index finger, and try and get a thin ribbon of material. And I'm not being very successful here, but and you'll see when we do the clay how simple that, or how easy that ribbon forms. I can get kind of a ribbon going there, but it's kind of coming apart too. So anyway, that's the silt sample.
Steve, do you have any tips? Now, I know you've run this through the sieves, so you've got a really nice, clean, very fine sample without any of the coarser aggregates. But in the field, do you have any tips on how I might grab just fine material to get a rough idea of what I've got?
Oh yeah, and that's the next demonstration. Well, I wanted to do the clay sample, the laboratory prepared clay sample first, and then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got you out of sequence.
No, that's all right.
Trying to
Yeah.
lead in.
Well, I'll go ahead and do this real quick, and this will be easy because this material is, again, it's only like 20% clay, but there are clumps in here, and these you can't squash between your fingers. You need to use your fingernail, and that's because the dry clay is harder. I can kind of pulverize this, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to pulverize. In the laboratory, that's one of the problems that they sometimes have with running this test, is they don't do a very good job of pulverization. I'll add some water to this and try and mix it up and get it into a ball. And you can tell just by the feel of it that it's stickier, of course, and it's making a bigger mess in my hands. So, I mean, that's an indicator you got some clay. And anyway, it takes a little bit more work to get the water into this because, you've got those flat clay particles that you're trying to get the water next to. Now, okay, I'll try and roll a thread. This may be a little bit dry, I think. But yeah, I kind of blew it there. I wanted to roll a thread right out the first time, but didn't quite have enough water. Let me add another drop of water to that. And maybe another drop. Okay. And, I can roll that out into a thread very easily. And I have a big mess in my hand here. Okay, so there's quite a bit of cohesion to hold that thread together. That's an indicator of clay, and then also, all of this clay is sticking in my hand, which is another indicator of cohesion. So, anyway, after we do that, we can try and tap the sample to see if we can get a sheen on the surface, and we can't get the water to come out. Okay, so that's another indicator of clay. We can take the and try and roll a ribbon here, or make a ribbon, and notice that this is really easy to do. It's very moldable. All right, it's got a lot of cohesion, so there's enough clay in there to hold that together. And like I said, this is only about 20% by weight clay and 80% silt. So, but anyway, that's a good clay for that. And then let me get rid of this material. And the next sample is one that let me clean my hand here. Sorry. Next sample is one that has some clumps in it, and this is more typical of what you might see in the field. This is a pretty dry sample, which depending on when you're doing this work, you may have dry material or not. But anyway, if you have dry material, you can tap your hand like that and get rid of a lot of the coarse particles. You should try and kind of crush it down first to see if you can hear the sand mashing together there, and but you can get rid of some of the big particles, you might say. And in that case, I'm sorry, I should have used a spoon or something here to get more fine particles. I got most of the coarse particles, so again, get rid of some of the coarse materials, and I'm still. Let me spoon it out of here. I'm sorry. All right, now this has more of the fine materials, but it still contains coarse materials. And if you shake your hand, they segregate, and most of the coarse sands come to the surface. You can shake your hand like that, and then you have a pretty good sample there to try and roll a thread with, and you can add some water to it, and again. Right when you're trying to work the water into it, if it takes quite a bit of work to get it in there, you you've got a clay. So we'll add a little bit more water. Add a little bit more water. Clays take more water because of all those flat platey particles in there. And this is becoming quite sticky. So I know there's clay in there, but you can roll a thread. Well, need a little bit more water. Now it's starting to get really sticky. Make a ball. All right, now let's see if we can roll a thread with this. Well, I keep adding water. Sorry about that.
Steve, as you're doing it, it's your document camera is doing a great job of showing us this. What we are missing is actually each of us touching it, because boy, that's where the learning really explodes, right?
Yeah.
Where we see how well the clay adheres to our hands. We've really got to scrub like we have to scrub the dozer tracks, our vehicles if we've been on a roadway with good clay, versus silt, which we can just wash off our hands or almost wipe off once they dry, and how quickly the moisture gets into the two different.
Well, I'm having trouble getting a thread out of this, but I know there's clay in there because it's so sticky, and you can maybe forming a ribbon and be a better example here. But anyway, this is the way to do it in the field. Getting rid of the coarse sands is important, but it's tough, to do that. And if you can roll a thread in the field with a sample that contains coarse sands, when you send a sample in to be tested in a laboratory, the laboratory must come back with a PI. Otherwise, there's something wrong with the laboratory testing that they're doing. I make these little sieves like this, 2 3-inch sieves that make it easier to get rid of the coarse material. You can just agitate it like that, and you got a pretty good sample to test. These are pretty strong sieves, so you can kind of use it to pulverize material as well. And so anyway, that's some of the tools and the way you do that. So is that I guess cover what you wanted there, Dale, you think? Or?
That looks great. And again, not touching the material sure makes a big difference, doesn't it? When you've done this in the past, Steve, it's been interesting as we've had counties bring in their own samples where they thought the material was pretty good, and quickly after you've shared this, they've understood that they may not have binder, that they were too sandy, and they understood the washboarding and deficiencies and where they come from. So join us in the class when we do this hands-on. We'd love to share that part with you, with Steve's sharing.
Now, I guess I can go through the other part of the demonstration with the document camera here too while we have that up. Get rid of this material. And like I said, I dried samples at room temperature, and I dried 3 different materials here. This is silt. This is the clay that I tried to roll a thread with, and this is bentonite. And the reason I have bentonite in here is because if you don't have clay, bentonite is a good commercial source for binder, but it's expensive. But a lot of people use bentonite in gravel because it has such a high dry strength, and that's one of the things I wanted to illustrate here. So I'll kind of put these samples aside, and this is the silt material, and I'll explain how these are made when I go back to the slide presentation. But again, these are not baked in an oven; they're just dried at room temperature. But you can take this material or this little block, you might say, and you can just rub particles off of it. Okay, so that's an indication you don't have cohesion in your material. And the main reason for going through this is to illustrate dry strength. Now that's kind of tough to do in the situation we're in here with this presentation, but you can get an idea with that just by listening to how much the snap of how loud the snap is when I break these. So I'll listen for the snap, and I'll break this once, and then again. I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear that snap, Dale?
Barely.
Okay, it's not much of a snap, but okay. All right, so I was hoping that you could hear that, but this is the clay particle that I roll a thread with, and you can rub that with your finger, and you can't rub material off of it, right? And that's an indication that you have a clay and there's some cohesion in there. So I'll break this, and hopefully you'll be able to hear this. Boy.
Yep.
Can you
Much
hear that?
louder. Yeah.
Okay. I can't break it the other way. So, and these samples are bentonite, and if you get bentonite from different sources, they're going to have different colors to them due to the mineralization of it. But so that's not a big deal. But these samples, when they started, were the same size as the other samples, except that I had to mix so much water in these that it expanded, and that's an indication of bentonite is, or definition of maybe bentonite is an expansive clay. Now, hopefully I'll be able to break these, but listen for the snap. And I'll try this other one. I got two of them so that you hear that?
I did not.
Okay, well, so much for that demonstration, I guess. I'm sorry about that. I can't break this one. I mean, that's an indicator it's got, pretty good strength. Let me.
Well, when we do it in class, there's a distinct difference. Absolutely no sound with the silt, and when you get to the bentonite, it's a crack. You're taking a brick and trying to break it into two pieces.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I'm done with the document camera. So I stop share.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. And then I screen share again. And then I go back to the presentation. Okay. When we rehearsed this, it seemed to be easier than that. But anyway. Okay.
Now you're in the edit mode, Steve. If you want to
Yeah.
switch to presentation mode.
Okay.
Perfect.
So what we did was these different little tests on silt and clay. All right. And then we, took the coarse material, or tried to move some of the coarse material out of the field sample. And in the field, when you're doing this, like I said, maybe there's enough moisture in your material already. All you need to do is just add some more and roll a thread with it. And that's as simple as it gets. So this kind of goes through the field process where you need to remove the coarse sand, the coarse particles, and add water to try and roll a thread. And, you get a sticky mess in your hands. I wasn't able to roll a thread with this material, which I was before. So, but again, if you can roll a thread with it or make a ribbon with it, it should have a plasticity index when you send that to a lab. Now I'll explain kind of briefly here just how I make these dry samples. This is the silt, the lean clay, and the bentonite clay with PIs down here. And that PI is just a moisture content. For silt, there's no PI. For the lean clay, it was a PI of 15%. And then the PI of bentonite is like 350%, which is a very unique clay. So I take the 10 pounds of silt in a 5-gallon bucket. And I add 3 pounds of water, which is 30% moisture. And I mix that up. And then it gets to a cake frosting consistency. I spread it out in these pans shown here, and then after about a half hour I score it with a spatula so it gets into these little bricks that I showed on the document camera there. for the lean clay, I add 5 pounds of water to the 10 pounds of material, and that's 50% moisture. I mix it up, and then I do the same thing. I spread it out, and but I have to wait about a day before I can score it. Otherwise, the score marks just kind of flow together. So the materials that liquid enough. But I'm in the bentonite material, I have like 10 pounds of bentonite, and I need 35 pounds of water with that. And that's where the clay is absorbing so much water that it does expand. And I actually get 2 5-gallon buckets out of that. And and then up here it shows, you know, the samples that are actually, well, these are totally dry, but the bentonite sample is only partially dried. But we'll talk about drying time. It takes about 3 days to get to this point for the silt. It takes about 10 days to get to this point with the clay. Now, we use more water, so it would stand to reason it's going to take longer to dry out. But you know, we didn't use double the water, but we get like 3 times the time for it to dry. And that's because the clay just doesn't want to give up that water because of its particle shape primarily and particle size, which is much smaller than the silt. When we get into the bentonite, the drying time for these is about 2.5 months. And that's because this is a pure clay. And you see in this sample, some of these little bricks at the bottom here are pretty dried out as opposed to these up here. And the reason for that is I didn't have very good thickness control on this. And these are thinner, so they dried out sooner. But overall, it takes 2.5 months basically to dry this back. So clay doesn't lose its moisture very rapidly. It can accept moisture pretty rapidly. When we talk about the expansion of bentonite in the classroom, you know, we have these samples and people are, you know, messing with them, and I kind of encourage that. You know, you can take this sample here and add some drops of water to it, and over 4 hours of just dropping a drop onto that, it comes right back up to close to its original size. But it would take months for that to get back to this size here. So anyway, that's that part of it. I talked about the dry strength samples here. You know, the higher dry strength has a higher clay content, and that results in stronger dry road crusts. But you got to remember that, you know, too much clay causes rutting. That's, again, you know, the clay is minus 200, so get too much of that in there, and that's going to reduce your strength. So, but we compared dry strengths, and unfortunately, I couldn't hear the snap. But the plasticity and of the silts and is low or no plasticity and very low strength. The lean clay has a moderate strength, and the fat clay has a very high strength, and that's why a lot of people like it for adding it to gravel because of that high dry strength. So, and you know, maybe the question should be, has anyone added clay to gravel? And I think that would be a good discussion point after we finish here. Some folks have done that and just kind of how they've done it. Okay, the primary points that we talked about here are that there's a correct amount of each particle size or range of particle sizes that will reduce loose rock and washboarding, and that's the gradation, okay? And the sieve test, you know, measures that gradation, and it controls the amount of each size. Clay is an essential component in gravel surfacing, and detecting clay is a pretty easy process. So that's it. And then we get into the next section here. And I guess, I don't know if you wanted to go for a break, Dale, or you want to just keep going. Whatever you want to do is fine.
You know, maybe now is a good time for a break. If you want to take that down, Steve, let's see if there are some questions. You had a good one that you posed on, has anybody added any clay or binder material to gravel, whether it's in a pit, whether it's on the road? Anybody? want to chime in? So maybe, Steve, if you stop sharing for just a little bit, we can see if anybody wants to come on screen.
You bet.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. There we go.
And while we're waiting, Rob, what are your thoughts on, you know, as a producer, you're really good at making a material that may or may not have binder. But if somebody adds, a county adds binder later on, good process?
Well, you know, I would say this, Dale. I mean, it depends on the situation. There's a lot of gravel out there that's really crappy. You drive on it, and I drive on it, the county guys drive on it, and they're putting it on because that's what they have. In those cases, does it make sense to you know, to try to scarify in some clay? And I think that probably does make sense, because what's the other alternative? Crush another, you know, pile of gravel and, you know, and then re-gravel the road again. I mean, there's already money in there. And I think to a large degree, you know, right, it comes down to money, not, you know, for basically it's the public who ends up paying for all this through our taxes or whatever. But, you know, what makes the most economical sense for the county? If you gravel the stretch of road that's 20 miles with the best gravel you had, you know, 5 years ago, I get it. And if the right thing to do is to try to add some clay out there, to me, that certainly seems like a cheaper option than like either blading off or putting more on top, or, you know, hollowing. You've got all those things. And then, you know, because things evolve in the world, and that's where we're at today with this little seminar, is the you know, the option to make better gravel going forward. So I think there's two issues. It's make the best stuff we can going forward with cost in mind and future costs and safety, but then it's also how do you improve the stuff that's out there now that needs to be improved? And certainly the answer isn't always to add more gravel. I mean, can we improve the roads with something better?
Yeah, good call. Greg, what do you see in South Dakota?
Tell you, Dale, and I've talked to this with Steve in the past a couple times. I'm all for adding gravel, or for adding clay to gravel. I'm the biggest fan of adding it when you're making it. You can road mix it. If you're going to road mix it, what I talk to customers here in South Dakota about is, let's mix it when you're putting your gravel down. Let's not try to add it to worn out gravel, because by the time you put that clay back in that worn out gravel, you're missing so much of your other fines from your, you know, your number 40 and things like that, now we're trying to glue down 3/4 inch rocks with clay. And we had pretty limited success with adding clay to old gravel that was worn out on the road. But we did take new gravel that we knew was short on PI, and we put a windrow of clay beside it, mix the two together and laid them, as we did in the gravel study. That's how we mixed that. We blade mixed that out on the road. Turned out great. A little goes a long ways. I have never played with bentonite. Steve's probably going to scold me for that, but that's...
Steve, don't do that.
If you know, and our source isn't that far away. I mean, a couple 100 miles for bentonite, for the small amount of that you need. When we have that out in the Black Hills, that's where the guys need to be doing it. Because we got plenty of good clay out here in the middle and eastern part of the state, but Black Hills is a different animal. A lot of quarry gravel out there, limestone, which is a whole another level of gravel. That's when Steve and I sit down for 5 minutes to catch up for coffee, and 3 hours later we're still talking about cementation of gravel. Had to go all the way to Montana to meet him and discuss that, but it's good. It's a great option. We always tell the guys around here, if you've got a landfill, you've probably got some really good clay there, because they want something that's going to be non-porous where they put a landfill. And that's what we did in Brookings in the test section there, is we went to the city landfill and garnered some clay from there. And that project has led us to so many good things in South Dakota. We learned so much from that gravel study with Federal Highway, and we take calls all the time from all over the country about that gravel study. So yeah, from our vantage point, if you can add clay and get that PI up, that's great. Our biggest thing here is we've got a lot of counties that don't necessarily put a tight enough spec on their bid. And I know that's tough for, producers like Rob and them, but in the long run, you got to have some good material, especially on the high traffic roads. And we get counties that are like, yeah, we got to go out and re-gravel. And they said it meets state specs. So they've got, I think that scale that Steve used earlier that said pounds afloat per mile. I believe, Steve, that should have read on our end, that should have been tons per mile, not pounds. That would be an error in our slide but I talk to commissions all the time. Go out and float test that. If you have 400 pound or 400 ton of loose material on the road, and you're going to put a 2-inch lift of gravel on, you're going to put 1,200 ton out there. If that barely meets the DOT spec of 4, and we go out and mix it with 400 ton that's already laying there that's no good, by the time we lay it, we're out of spec. So we talked to the commission about if it's new construction and you can get 4 or 5 PI, that's great. Re-gravel, we push that to 10 to 12 if we can get it. That gets us back into the 5 or 6 range, 7 range when we lay it. And that's where you get performance.
That's a good point, Greg. It's tough when you're trying to sweeten a gravel that's in place, that's been in place for a while, because as traffic's gone over it, as wind's gone over it, we've lost a lot of those fines. So just to sweeten, we might have a gap graded material, or we might have a very sandy, we're getting washboarding. So just to put, even if we put bentonite, we're not going to solve the problem. It's a difficult blend or difficult procedure. Can be done. Well, Lemoore County, Morton County, you guys do a nice job. Lemoore County's got a really nice process that I like. They get that as they pull shoulders, as they work a base section, they're probably not going to get quite to spec. They're going to improve the gravel a little bit, that existing, but they're probably not going to quite nail it. So they're putting a gravel lift as part of that effort. And that's the perfect opportunity to do just what you're saying, Greg, just what the South Dakota test showed. Sweeten that a little bit, get to some spec and create that topping. Lemoore County too is going to be testing bentonite. You can use a local clay. That 20% sample that Steve showed would be an example of your local clay. And Steve was going to show some great examples from Sparky with Sargent County and others on how to blend. But Lemoore County is getting their bentonite totes direct from RDO. So we're starting to get it in state so that counties can blend on their own and sweeten things up. South Dakota study, if you haven't seen, it's in the Gravel Roads Manual. Great resource. If you don't have it, it's on the LTAP website, ready for you to download and review. And Greg is our resident expert on that. So thanks for sharing, Greg. So Steve, did you have a chance to get a stretcher? I didn't see you. I was trying to give you time to get a drink. You're running.
Yeah, I think I'm ready whenever.
Well, then let's kick into the next section, please.
Okay. So screen share. There we go. All right. Okay.
Edit mode right now. There you go. Looks good.
Okay. What we're going to talk about now. Oh, first off, let me comment about the comments. I guess, I like bentonite as a additive for gravel, and I've literally added bentonite to hundreds of miles of road. But in all those cases where we added bentonite like that, it was where there was no local clay available. And local clay should be your first option because it's so much cheaper, and you can get a great result with local clays. And so I'm going to talk about bentonite quite a bit here, but the cost of that is like $120 a ton in bulk bags and like $60 a ton in bulk tank or bulk trailers. So that's pretty expensive, and that's without shipping. So the price of that can be pretty expensive. So, but great comments, Greg. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry I messed up your slide there for tons per mile instead of, or pounds per mile. I should have thought that. But anyway, in this section, I want to talk about lab tests just very briefly, so you kind of know what's going on. It's not like, we're going to show you exactly how to do this or anything, but so we'll talk about the plastic limit, the liquid limit, and the plasticity index, which is it's just the liquid limit minus the plastic limit. But then we'll talk about the bar lineal shrinkage, which is another test, which is actually easier to do than the plasticity index test. But the plastic limit, or PL, is just what we did when we rolled the 1/8 inch thread earlier. And what you do in the laboratory is you roll those threads and put them into a little tin, then you weigh that and you dry them out in an oven. Then after you dry them with constant weight, you weigh them again, and the percent moisture is the plastic limit. And so if you had 10 grams of water lost in the oven and you had 100 gram dry soil weight, you'd have a plastic limit of 10%. That's all that amounts to. The liquid limit's a little more complicated because it deals with a device that has a cup that you fill with wetter soil, and then we worked with the plastic limit, and it has a crank that lifts this cup up and drops it 1/2 of an inch. Okay, and so what the first step in the process is to put more water in the soil, then form it into this cup, and then groove it with this grooving tool. And then the next step is to turn the crank and stop turning the crank. And you count the number of turns of the crank or drops of the cup until this groove closes a 1/2 an inch. And that's your first sample. That's not the liquid limit, but that's the first sample in the liquid limit test. And what we do is sort of a trial and error test. We start with, in this case, this was this lane clay that we're dealing with that had the first sample just had a moisture content. After we do this, we take the sample out and we dry it and figure its moisture content. So we found out that it took, about 32 drops of the cup, and it was at almost 13%. Then we do the test again at a higher moisture content, and the second sample was at like 15.5%, and it took maybe 22 drops and so on. Then we draw a straight line, and the liquid limit is defined as the moisture content at which the groove closes at 25 blows. And very few people are lucky enough to get that on the first try, and that's why this is a trial and error test. So, and again, this liquid limit is tied to this 25 blow thing. So in this case, our formula for plasticity index is the liquid limit minus the plastic limit. Our liquid limit in this case was 15, and our plastic limit was 10, so our plasticity index is 5. So that's basically the lab test, and this can be messed up by laboratories that don't do a lot of this. And I have control samples that I give laboratories. I don't tell them what the answer is, so they can see if they can get the right answer. And I'd say 3/4 of the time that's probably they're close enough. Okay. Now the bar linear shrinkage test is not in any U.S. standards. It's another test for clay content. It's easier and to do a little faster than the liquid limit test. What you're doing is measuring the shrinkage, and the greater the shrinkage, the greater the binding ability. Well, the greater the greater the clay content. Okay, so the more it shrinks, the higher the clay content, and so the test is done at a moisture content that's close to the liquid limit, And sometimes that's kind of a challenge to know what that is, but its method comes from South Africa. There's one in Britain and another one I forget where else, but there's only 3. Well, there's one in Texas actually, but it doesn't give you the same results. So, but anyway, this bar lineal shrinkage test just measures the percent shrinkage, and it also correlates to the plasticity index test. But what a lot of people like to do is use this test instead of the PI test because it's easier. Okay, what we have here is material that passes the number 40 sieve, and it's at the liquid limit moisture content, and it's put into a mold that's about 3/8 by 3/8 by 6 inches long. And after the material dries out, it looks like this. If it's got any clay in it at all, it'll shrink, and you measure the shrinkage here. And so that's the bar lineal shrinkage test, and some laboratory tests just to kind of give you kind of a brief background on that if you didn't already have one. I guess the next section is on understanding gravel performance problems. And in this section, I start out with some questions which are a little more of a discussion period during a classroom session. And we talk about factors affecting gravel life, types of problems we see, some causes and solutions, and improving performance of materials. So I guess the first thing to think about maybe is what kind of gravel problems do you have? And you know, a lot of people have the same kind of problems, and so normally it's related to these 4 problems. Sometimes rutting is added to this, but raveling or float material is one common one. Washboarding is another. Dusting, and of course potholes are another one. And all of these generate the need for blading, and so with you know, better quality gravel, we're able to reduce the amount of these problems and reduce the amount of blading. One question is, you know, what do you think causes poor gravel performance? And you know, one thing, of course, is vehicle speed. If we were able to keep vehicle speed down to 15 to 20 miles an hour, we wouldn't have any dust. We wouldn't have washboarding and raveling. We may have a little bit, but not very much. And but you know, everybody wants to go as fast as possible. And when they can't go very fast on your road because of these problems up here, they give you a call and they want the road bladed. Okay, so and when you blade the road, you actually increase the typical speed that's driven on the road, of course. So it's sort of a vicious circle, you might say. The number of vehicles, high traffic roads are going to fall apart much quicker, of course. But a poor gradation and no plasticity, like we've been talking about earlier, is a big cause of poor gravel problems. So you might think about, well, how can you reduce the following problems, like raveling? And you know, one way to do that is to increase the percent fracture to get more rock interlock, or correspondingly go to a smaller top size. And the smaller the top size you have, the less raveling you're going to get because of aggregate interlock and maybe changes in the gradation as well. Washboarding, in that case, you know, you could add clay to get a better gravel road crust, but you know, that's you know, there's a point where you can't add, and I think Greg alluded to this too, where you know, if you got severe washboarding, you've already lost maybe a good part of your gradation, and so clay may help, but maybe not that much. One of the things that you might think about during crushing is try and reject sand during crushing, or not feed so much sand into the crusher, because sand is a big problem, causes washboarding. With dusting, you know, a lot of people will use chloride dust abatement, either mag chloride or dry calcium chloride. You can actually add clay to get a better gravel road crust. I mean, back in the late 60s, early 70s, I think Iowa was a state that did a study on gravel roads where they found if they added bentonite, which is dust, okay, in its dry state, it actually acted as a dust suppressant. So, and they had bentonites available. So that was something, they used. With potholes, it's really kind of a blading issue because you really need to increase crown to try and get better surface drainage. And that's the primary cause of potholes. And we'll talk more about that when we get into blading. Okay, so the primary factors affecting gravel life or gravel preservation are listed here. And one of the things that is a problem with quite a few counties I work with is that they can't afford to put on very thick layers of gravel. So they put on thin layers, and what happens is that when that when the precipitation goes through the gravel and gets into the subgrade, it softens the subgrade. So we end up losing some of our gravel to the subgrade. And so we get a mixture of these two materials. And you can avoid this, of course, by using a thicker layer, but that's a cost thing. So that's a problem. Surface drainage and subsurface drainage. I mean, the surface drainage kind of relates to the crown that we've talked about. The subsurface drainage is like soft spots where you have subsurface moisture coming up into silts and clays that lose strength when they get wet. So, of course, the traffic speed, amount, and type of traffic are important. Those are primary factors. Road grades and curvature have something to do with it. In the Dakotas where you have real straight roads, you get really high speed traffic. So that's you get a lot more dust out of your roads than you do in mountainous terrain where you have slower vehicle speeds. And again, the gravel gradation, percent fracture, clay content, and compaction of that gravel after it's placed are key factors in gravel life. And your maintenance, your blading methods, your percent crown, dust control, snow removal, excuse me, all of those have an effect on gravel life and just how they're done. And and of course the dust loss from the gravel shortens the gravel life, and that dust is your binder that you're losing. So very critical. So when we look at all of these types of problems, and the consequences of problems, when we talk about our budget or cost items, and which it relates to gravel loss, all of those basically create gravel loss, except for potholing, perhaps. Road user safety and public complaints, you can get those on all of those. Public health is another issue. And the EPA has actually fined some counties in Montana for violating road dust requirements. And so that's another thing that can affect your budget. When we look at all of these problems, there's some common solutions or typical solutions. And one of them that we've been kind of harping about in this session is the good gradation and clay content. So you can develop a better road crust. But dust abatement is another factor in there. But trust me, if you don't have a good gradation and clay content, dust abatement is going to be a short-lived purchase, you might say, and a costly investment because especially with chloride, mag chloride, and calcium chloride, if you don't have a good gradation and clay content, water's going to go through that gravel and leach out that dust abatement. So you'll always see a benefit of adding dust abatement, but it'll be very short-lived if you don't have the gradation and clay content. When we talk about rutting, we're talking also about a good gradation, so you get some strength. We're talking about maybe more thickness of layer and perhaps a higher crown to get better surface drainage. Potholing is crowns, and I'm going to kind of bend your ear about 4 to 5% crowns, which some people really have problems with that. And there are places where you don't want to do this, but I think that I'd encourage people to, if they're currently at 3 to 4%, to try and go higher to reduce the amount of blading that they need to do. And we're going to get into that when we talk about blading for gravel preservation a little bit later here. Here's some washboarding, pretty severe washboarding, and these, you can drive these at 15 miles an hour or above 45, but nothing in between, and of course, the in-between speeds really resonate with your vehicle, and you get a lot of vibration. But these are pretty severe washboards here, and they're almost across the road. And what you find with these gravel layers like this is that the road width grows because the traffic is driving out here, and they're moving the rock down crown on both sides, so your road width tends to grow. But some solutions are, better gradation and less sand primarily. And, adding clay may help, but but it's probably a stretch to think that you're going to solve this problem by adding clay. You may make it less of a problem, but it's probably not going to solve the problem. And like Greg talked about, trying to get clay in during crushing is the best place to do that, because after you've let this set out here, the gradation has changed. You've lost some dust undoubtedly, and so you're trying to fix something that's not real fixable, I guess, with clay. But here's float or raveling, and here we're picking up material and weighing the amount of rock, and this is sort of what South Dakota did in their study to figure out how many tons per mile of ravel rock they have to evaluate different gradations. And interestingly, if you took a sample of this material after all the float material was removed, you would find this was a pretty good gradation. So traffic tends to pound out what doesn't fit, is kind of what happens there's so much rock in this gradation that it doesn't, this float material doesn't fit. You'd be better off blading this off the road. But it's hard to do that when you pay good money to have this crushed. And so everybody wants to put that back, which makes sense. But solutions to this are better gradation during crushing, maybe a smaller top size would help to increase fracture. You might be able to add some clay, but this float is so severe that I wouldn't attempt that, adding clay. But with dusting, yes.
Steve, can I jump in? Can you back up one slide? So
One more.
No, you're, let's see, with that little box. Yeah, there you go.
Uh-huh.
So this is, can you help, and maybe Greg, Rob, if you jump in too. Smaller top size, well, you mean for my gravel, I don't want nice big rock? Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's I laugh because I've seen some 1.5 minus. This is inch minus here that we're looking at, and there's lots of studies that show that you get better strengths out of gradations with large rock in them, but all of those studies are for aggregate base under pavement. And that's certainly true. I mean, you get a better load distribution, you spread the load out and all that sort of thing. But with gravel surfacing, my contention with this is that on most of the existing roads that we have gravel on now are so compacted. I mean, the subgrade is so compacted. We're not putting gravel down for strength. We're putting it down as a wearing course. And so, the bigger rock, although it may have good strength when it's confined under a pavement, it just comes apart in this application where it's continually beaten by traffic. So, I guess that's my 2 bits for going to smaller grade, smaller top size.
Yeah, it seems so counterintuitive. Greg, you believe this?
I do. I am I'm a firm believer in the 3/4 top size. That seems to be what works best for us. I always refer back to that gravel study. Something that we did, and I think I shared this with you and Steve, we went back a year later and we took strength tests on the subgrade with the DCP. And it was amazing. That good gravel with good clay, 3/4 inch top size, sealed up nicely, gave us a nice drainage. That strength was almost 3 times of what the subgrade strength was in the base course areas where the water was just draining through the gravel and into the subgrade. So I can't stress enough the importance of not only material, but roadway shape. You got to get the water off the roadway.
Rob, your thoughts on that smaller top size for that wearing course, that gravel surface?
Yep. So one of the things, like, this is really a great picture because it shows 2 things. It shows, like, I mean, it's really difficult to see a fractured rock in this picture, one, and where is all the rock? It's exactly where you'd expect it to be on the shoulders. And I think there's 2 reasons for this. You know, one is that it didn't lock down, maybe because there was no binder. But the other thing is you've got the general public driving on marbles. And it would seem logical to me that if you instead of 1.5 or 1.25 or inch or whatever, if you said, hey, we gotta crush this down to 3/4 inch and turn 30% of that rock that's above the 3/4 inch into fractured rock, it would make more sense. Personally, it costs a little bit more to screen finer and to crush finer, but what is the end result worth if you get more fracture to lock down that gravel as opposed to driving on marbles? Seems like a no-brainer to me.
Thank you. It's so counterintuitive, that smaller top size, though. That's a tough one. But Steve, I think you nailed it. Are we trying to build base course, or are we trying to build the wearing surface? And they can be different materials. So thank you for explaining that. And Steve, if you don't mind, can we go through one more topic since I have Rob for a little bit longer? And that is, in North Dakota, oh, by the way, audience, we're trying to cram, a semester's worth of class into 3 hours. So we're not going to be able to delve very deep into a lot of this. But I do want to move forward with PI and PI and how it is a subjective test. Steve talked about how he has some samples that can test a lab. We've lost a lot of that institutional knowledge in our testing companies. We're gaining some back, but it's still a subjective test. We've got the ribbon roll. We've got the cup and the tapping. So I'd like your thoughts. Maybe if we start off with Greg, what do you do in South Dakota? Do you spec PI?
Yeah, we spec it. We have found when we are looking for a specific PI number and we want to know what we have. We've done this in the past. We'll split a sample. We'll send one of them to Geotech Engineering in Sioux Falls. We'll maybe do one on campus just to make sure we're both on the same page. It's great. You got to have it. But we also, in that gravel study test, we took 11 samples from 11 counties that had bid a 3/4 inch top size or a plasticity index minimum of 4. And all 11 counties accepted the gravel piles. They all said it was good. And we took a sample from all 11 piles, and we only had 1 sample of those 11 that actually met the spec that was put in front of them. Granted, some of it was only slightly maybe out on a top size, or maybe some of it was just under on the PI or the 200, but then we're down to testing. And the one thing we always hear is, oh my God, we ain't going to test. It costs so damn much to test. But you're willing to put up 50,000 ton of gravel at $3 or $4 a ton, and you're not willing to spend $1,000 to have 10 tests run on it. That just makes no sense to me. And you got to get to someone who can test in a timely fashion. At the rate Rob and those guys can put up gravel anymore, it doesn't do us any good to take a sample in today and get it back 5 days later and they got 20,000 ton of material on the ground. I don't know Rob that well and his operation. Do you guys have an on-site lab?
We do. All of our portable crushers and wash plants run with our own internal labs. Even on jobs like we just came out of a county to the west where we really weren't responsible for testing, but you know the spec was such that we couldn't afford to run. Greg, you make a really good example, right? So the accepted standard kind of in our industries, we like to get some companies are putting up 800 tons an hour, but 5 would be like 500 tons an hour, what we'd expect for putting up gravel. Depending if you're rejecting or whatever the case is, but if you're running 10 hours a day, that's 5,000 ton. If you're double shifting, by the time you get out there the next day, we got 10,000 ton in the pile. So the long answer to your question, or short, Greg, is that yes, we run with labs where we're up against the spec because we can't afford to put up the pile and then go away, and then the engineer for the county comes back and says, hey, all this stuff's out of spec, now we're not going to pay you.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to Dale. You and Steve worked on the incentive and disincentive of spec, and we are starting to push that a little harder here. And I've got some counties in South Dakota that are looking at that. So that will be a good tool in our box when we get that implemented.
So North Dakota DOT has worked extremely hard and well with us trying to figure out what a gravel surfacing spec might be. We used to have one years ago. DOT went all paved roads and we lost that knowledge and skill. We're trying to rebuild. Are we there yet? No. That's why we've got Rob on the team helping us. That's why Greg is here. That's why Steve's here. We've got improvement to make. We're not quite there. I want to get to you, Rob, but first, Steve, there are 3 tests that I see for getting an idea of clay: the PI, the shrinkage bar, and then hydrometer. Can you just the shrinkage bar, AASHTO tested? Is it acceptable, or is it just an indicator?
Well, I think it's a good indicator, a fairly quick indicator. There's no AASHTO or national standard in the states for this. There is some state, like Texas has a state standard for bar lineal shrinkage, but that doesn't correlate with the South African standard, which is more of a standard for gravel surfacing. The hydrometer test is, I think, a good test. It tells you, the percent clay and percent silt in your minus 200. But actually, it's in my knowledge, it's never been used for gravel surfacing because it doesn't look at the characteristics of the clay itself. It just determines particle size, and so that you're missing the clay chemistry part of it when it reacts with water, basically, and that's what the plasticity index test does. And I think there's a lot of people that believe in the spec limits for PI, but they wouldn't know what to spec out for hydrometer or what they would spec out for bar lineal shrinkage for a gravel surfacing. Maybe someday that'll be a standard that's good for gravel surfacing, but at this point I think the PI is probably the best approach, albeit kind of a difficult test to run in a timely manner, but hydrometer test takes 24 hours. The bar lineal shrinkage, depending on the clay content, can take 10, 12 hours. So, there's no real rapid test for that. I think, a good way to do this, though, is to do it in the pre-construction phase when you're investigating pits and you have time at that point to actually determine what your PI is going to be. And if you know what your PI is going to be going into a pit, maybe you don't even need to spec it. That's a little dangerous, but, that's another approach.
Good point. So really what we're hearing is that there are ways to look at clay. There are ways to look at particle size. There are ways to look at how cohesive sticky a clay is, and they're all not real fast. They're all not real repetitive. We need to have some idea of what we're speccing and getting, but but those are unknowns, and boy, for a bidder, Rob, that's a tough case. So how do we make all this work? What do you see in the field, and what are some tips that you'd have?
Well, gosh, that is an hour topic by itself, and I'm getting close to running up against my time. But you know, one of the things really, gosh, Dale, there's just absolutely so much to say about that question. That's really the guts of it. It first of all, it's understanding what you have. You know, either Greg or Steve said that, you know, if you know, whoever just said it, if you know what the reserve gives you, you know, it might be what you want, and you might not have to spec PI because that's what the pit gives, right? You know, I don't know how many pits we operate in a year, and I've done in my time here, but there's a couple of them that give you that beautiful natural middle of the road PI. And then there are some that you just don't have a chance in. And, you know, what the industry wants to partner with is everybody realizing these three things. There's the need. We get that, right? And then there's the want, and we understand that. And then there's the reality of building it and what it really might cost you. And examples, if you're in Stutzman County, you know, though Stutzman County does, as an example, does not have good gravel, but are there ways to make it better? You know, that, and I'm not saying that PI is bad, but are there ways to make it better? An example might be reject sand and crush finer. So you get that big hump of sand out of there, and mostly sand pits. You give them some fracture, and in my mind, if it's like you know, if the perfect spec PI gravel is a 10, and what you get if you straight crush to 1 inch in Stutzman County is a 0, you know, probably by rejecting some sand and crushing a little finer, maybe you get them to a 5, you know. And it all really comes down to money and what the counties, you know, want to spend, because, you know, getting the perfect thing in certain areas is going to simply cost money. And you know, I mean, it's hard. There's so many things. We bid gravel, you guys, through, you know, we probably quote in about 20, 25 different counties for county gravel. And some of them, the spec is 1 inch minus. Some of them is 3/4 inch minus. I share some of this stuff with Dale as we've been working together on this the last year or so. One county had referred to it as gravel surfacing, which has a spec, class 13 and class 5, all in the same set of plans. And you know, there's a lot of stuff coming at you guys, you know, the county guys with all this new stuff. And it's complicated. As a producer, we want to be partners, but we need to really understand the difference between the need and the want and the reality. and Dale, would this be a good time maybe to talk about some of the PI stuff?
Love for you to do that. Yes.
So, you know, I only see like one other guy on this call, you know, that's probably as old as me. I'll let Steve and Greg decide which one of you that is. But, you know, when I started in the industry, you know, back in 80, end of 88, beginning of 89, the DOT had a class 13 that had a PI spec. It was in the spec book. And some of us remember that. And you know, some of my first remembrances of this was how hard we ended up fighting with the you know, the engineers, the project engineers, the DOT, because the reality of the PI test is that it can be subjective. And if you're an expert and you believe that you're doing it right, that's great. And I would support that. But what about the other guy that's doing it? You know, Dale said something really powerful here, is that we're relearning in North Dakota how to do PI, because we have not talked about PI since the early 90s. And I've been through it all. And now we're talking about PI again. So our lab guys, they don't know how to do PI, and I don't trust their results. But the real history, whether this is amicable to you or not, the real history, guys, is that back in the old day when we had a PI spec, you know, we would pull a sample and run it and it would pass. The engineer would pull it and it would fail. So we'd go to a third party and it could go either way. And then we would do a split sample, and ours would come in on the low end, theirs would fail low, or ours would come in the high end and theirs would fail too high. And the industry guys, don't shoot the messenger, right? But this is again, I just want to speak in honest, truthful terms here. The industry is really adverse to the PI spec. And if the counties are going to continue to move down the road to spec it, we want to be partners with you, but we want to make sure that we're considering, you know, logic too. If you give me a sand pit in the middle of Stutzman County and want me to bid a PI spec when out of sand, how do I do that? And does the local guy know where there's clay? Do I as a, and do you get the best, really the best competitive bid for your crushing? So I think the message is here, just, I'm going to be completely honest, we don't like PI. We get it. We understand it. I think ultimately nobody would look at themselves or somebody else and say, we fully don't understand how it makes the gravel safer, because we do. We absolutely do. But you know what the bigger thing for me is the logics of making the counties or state, if we get to that, you know, a good product, you know, where all the cards are on the table. If you come to my county, Early County, you know, that we're really familiar with, and I know where the clay spots are, I have a pretty good advantage. But what if a gravel company from, say, Minot or Dickinson bid it, assuming the PI's in there, right? I mean, you guys don't want to have to wrestle with the contractors' unhappiness about making or not making the spec. And I think one of the things that this sort of thing is going to bring forward is the spirit of partnership, understanding your reserve. And is there a way, you know, is it fair, if going back to my good friends in Stutzman County, is it fair to give me a gravel pit that you had found and leased and dug and it's a sand pit and expect me to make the PI spec? I mean, is that fair? And is it logical? We all know it's probably good, but how do we really do that? And then just one other quick segue, Dale, while I'm on my roll here. And again, keeping in mind that we really want to be partners, but when we get to talk, you know, hopefully going forward face to face, and I want to show you some of the, you know, the things that we see on the bidding side, you know, how the bids are different, or how we really lack research. There's a county north of us that we bid, you guys. Every year we throw a bid in. This is what we don't know. They don't have the pit designated. I don't know the location. How do I know my mold? I don't know the stripping. How do I calculate my stripping, right? I don't know the reserve depth. So again, how much pit do I need, you know? What's it going to cost me to get through the crusher? Do I have to reject? And we're dumb enough to keep throwing bids in, looking at the past tabulations. And if we get them, what are we signing up for? And it's an argument with a county that we need to move equipment to and work with and be friendly with and have a good relationship. So those difficulties. One quick note on the adding of the clay. Steve and Greg both said, and let me tell you guys, I get it. The best place to add it for consistency is not on the road. And I 200% agree. And I should have clarified this when I say adding it to an existing road, maybe not one that's 5 years old, where the dust is blown away and the rock is all in the ditch. I get that makes no sense, right? But I'm talking about the new advent of the PI and what we're talking about. So maybe a gravel road that's a year or two old, maybe that makes sense, you know, as we learn. Is that a better, cheaper way for the county to add clay when there's still the substance of the gravel there? And I didn't mean to, you know, imply that something that's been out there for 10 years, it's nothing left but sand, you know, you add PI to, I know that won't fix it, right? But one quick thing about the adding of clay, and then I got to absolutely make sure that we're all on the same team, right? Greg mentioned that, you know, he knows the contractors don't like it, and there's real logical reasons. So let's say that you're blending clay, either county brought it or I found it in a pit, or maybe it's the overburden, and I'm somehow trying to scientifically blend it through my trap. That's probably one of the best scenarios. You know, you get a good mix. But what if I'm rejecting sand? Then I'm adding clay and rejecting the clay, which costs everybody money. So then you go to, well, then you should add a second trap and add it, you know, to the product belt someplace, so it gets mixed in on the transfer conveyors and the stackers, right? Well, then I've got to screen it because I promised that the clay is going to have oversized rock in. Well, now you're talking about clay in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, wherever we're from. And it isn't always dry, beautiful clay like sand. So it doesn't flow out of our traps. It's inconsistent feed. If we're screening it on a 3/4 inch screen, you know what that screen is going to look like in about 10 minutes, right? It's caked full of clay and you can't get it through. And there are just realistic, difficult ways of doing this. To continue down the road about the industry's concern about this is let's say you add it through the trap, and Steve's rolling that little ball of clay in his sample, and he can make it roll because he got lucky enough that a chunk of the clay that I added ended up in his sample. Greg's rolling the other side of it that didn't get the chunk of clay, so he can't roll it. So the PI things are, you know, they could be different. And getting it out there, guys, holistically, you know, we get it, right? I mean, it's going to blend by the time you get it in the pile, get it into trucks, dump it into windrow, blade it, you know, compact it. It's going to blend. But where does the sampling happen from the contractor's perspective, where it's scientific enough to be accurate? And one of the good things, you know, about the spec that we're working on right now in North Dakota, the gravel surface spec, is there is a range. And there's an incentive, you know, if you get in the sweet spot of the range, and the range is reasonably livable. And if you get out of it, you know, I mean, you know, low or high, you know, we understand all that, but just want, you know, the world really to understand that, you know, we get it, and we're not going to look anybody in the eye and say we don't get it. We want to be partners in building safe gravel roads, right? I grew up in the country. Number of friends and family who've had accidents on gravel roads because they're ravelly or sandy or whatever. I don't really necessarily want to have my name associated with that, and the industry feels the same way. But our objective is, look, you know, are there other potential things that we should look at? I get, you know, the 7 or, you know, the 3 to 7 PI spec with a nice crushed gravel, that's the sweet spot. Get it if you can. But we want to work with the counties going forward to have them better understand their resources. And maybe there's something we can do in the processing, like I said, that if the clay isn't an option, or who's going to be responsible to bring it in, we'll do the best we can for you. We just want all the cards on the table. And we want to be real logical about the fact that a lot of these poor resources, particularly in North Dakota, Northwest, South Dakota, there's things we can do processing if we know what you're giving us to help improve that gravel, like rejecting sand, crushing a little finer to get you more fracture. So we know it's reality, right? The PI thing has lit up in the state of North Dakota. Contractors don't like it. We understand the desire and the need, but we want to be at the table with you guys when we figure out, as we move from county to county and pit to pit, what's really the best thing to do for all of us.
You're awesome, Rob. I can't wait to get to the classroom and share more in a full day of learning. It'll be so enjoyable. You know, as I look at this, if you can see this is a simple knife. If I'm going to make this knife, I'm going to start with some of the taconite product out of northern Minnesota. I'm going to make a material that's very consistent. I can predict the engineering properties. I can fabricate it and make a beautiful, repeatable knife. Weird. Civil engineering doesn't work like mechanical engineering. Doesn't work like other fields, and aggregate surfacing is a really good example of that. When we look at this picture, there isn't one known. The rock size varies, the rock type varies, the fines vary, not only in a pit, in a certain part of the pit, across the county. When Morton County did their aggregate resource inventory, they had gravel in the south and west part of the county. They had nothing in the northern part of the county, and off to the west end is Scoria. So to hold one spec, to hold a tight, not understanding significant digits with PI, not having a range that open and fits, we're never going to totally and properly have that spirit of partnership that Rob talked about and utilize those natural resources like we should. We need to understand that we're not building a knife out of pure and repeated molecules that we understand, that there are all these variables. So it's a tough, all said, it's a tough balance between making the best material that we can and treating contractors well and creating that safe roadway so that we don't have our friends in a dust cloud colliding, so we don't have our friends going off curves because of float or washboarding, things like that. So that's some of the message that we're sharing here. You know, we are right at 12. We're not done yet, but if you do need to leave, we understand that. This is when we promised we were going to run till. Please, if you would, fill out the Road Scholar list and send that in to us. The link is in the chat box. Send that in to us. If you can stay, wonderful. We're going to keep going. Again, big thank you, Rob. I know you've got to leave. Thank you very much. We look so forward to having a classroom face-to-face next spring and sharing a whole lot more of what you've got up there. Thank you, Rob.
Yep, thanks for having me, Dale. And it's enjoyable getting to know some of these guys, you know, through this thing like Steve. And again, we want to partner, and we appreciate getting a seat at the table as this thing moves forward. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Denise, are we thumbs up? Can we keep going with recording?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Steve, if you're so willing.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Dusting, all right, is another problem, of course. And again, some types of solutions are chloride treatment, better gradation to prevent raveling and washboarding. And then also adding clay to get a better road crust. And I'll explain what I'm talking more about road crust when we get into talking about blading as a means for gravel preservation. Rutting, when you have rutting like this, you need to determine whether that's rutting and actually in the surfacing or in the subgrade. A good part of the time it's in the subgrade, and like Greg alluded to, when we don't have good drainage on the surface of our road, we're going to get water going through our gravels, and that water will weaken our subgrade, and we'll get subgrade rutting, and that's of course a bad deal. That shortens the life of your gravel. So if the rutting is in the gravel, you should be using less clay. But I guess one of the solutions would be a typical solution that most road departments have control over is a higher crown. Maybe you need increased or greater gravel thickness as well. This shows a slide with a smart level in it, and it shows a rut and underneath the straight edge here, and that's a 1.7% crown. And this is kind of what results even when anything under, I'd say 4%, you're going to start getting potholes over time. As you see here, this is down the center of the road where the crown gets flattened invariably. You can't, there's methods of blading that'll help make that crown last longer, but it'll eventually get flattened out and you'll get potholes down the center of the road. So I'm going to suggest people look at 4 to 5% crown. And one thing that I strongly encourage people to do if they're set 3 or 3.5% is just try some road sections at a little higher percent and on the same road, and different higher crowns, and see how much blading those higher crowns need. And I almost guarantee you that there'll be less blading needed on those higher crown sections. Okay, so here's the problem and summary slide that we had when we first started. And so this is kind of what we went over as some typical solutions for these types of problems. And there may be others, but the next section is on the value of gravel sampling and testing. And, Greg alluded to this with respect to, people not wanting to spend the money on gravel and gravel sampling and testing. And this is really important. And I hope to make that point during this section here. Testing is kind of in 2 parts. There's quality control testing, which Rob alluded to, where they bring a testing trailer on site, and whether or not they're required to test or not, they're going to bring a testing trailer on site, and that's quality control sampling, testing. And then there's quality assurance, and this is usually what the county or the county's engineer does to ensure that the material meets specifications. And then there's pay adjustments. And so we'll talk about all 3 of those here. Again, the contractor QC testing is so he can make adjustments to his crusher feed and maybe screen sizes and crusher settings. And, he may be testing small samples to shortcut the process. He may not dry the sample totally out. He may take small samples. So a lot of times these test results that come out of this are really not appropriate for acceptance. And that's why a lot of specifications require the county to do the quality assurance testing. And they don't piggyback on the contractor testing up here, which is another way to do that. So, but there's all kinds of ways to do this. And I'm going to talk about some best practices for specifications in the next section, which might let you know where I'm coming from in this. But anyway, there's the purpose of this is to make sure the contract requirements are met so that you can get the performance life that's expected. And QA testing may appear high when you look at 30 to 40 cents per ton perhaps, but the cost is seldom more than 2% of the crushing costs. And 2% is cheap insurance, if the out-of-spec gravel life is shortened by just 10%. And a lot of times it's shortened by a lot more than 10%. So I really believe that this testing is important. And, there's ways to reduce the cost of testing, and I'll talk about those a little bit later too. This slide just gives you sort of a roadmap as to what the North Dakota sampling and testing requirements are for gravel surfacing, as that 2020 specification calls out. So, and there's frequencies for testing here. I think this is a little overly complicated, and I'm going to talk more about that when I get into the next section. But the specifications are always sort of a work in progress. You'll always be I feel you always should be making changes to them and considering new things. One thing that's really important is sampling is just as important as testing. And this Rob and Greg both kind of talked about this a little bit, but it's important to recognize that sampling bias exists. Humans have bias because they have a brain and they think. And so we're all exposed to this, whether we like it or not. And for instance, if you are scheduled to take a sample by a random number process or a tonnage process or whatever, and you go up to the crusher, or you or the contractor go up to the crusher, and you see what's coming off the belt and it doesn't look right, you're going to wait. Well, that is bias. And that's, maybe it's a good thing you're doing that, maybe it's not. But that's a case where what can happen is that you can end up with your samples meeting spec and the stockpile not meeting spec if you get into that kind of a situation. You can also run into intended bias, where the contractor is having trouble meeting his ton per hour target and he doesn't want to reduce tonnage, and so he will intentionally take biased samples. And of course, that's the worst case. And that doesn't happen a lot, but where you have trouble meeting specs and making money, that's a tremendous incentive to, throw some bias into the situation. So quality assurance testing, this is kind of what the this current North Dakota spec lays out. I'm not going to really take time going through that, but it calls out exactly what you're supposed to do. It refers to this field sampling and testing manual. And I think this is all good, except that the person that bids on the work is never going to look at this sampling and testing manual and see what it actually says. And if he did look there, he may not understand it as well. So that's sort of a disconnect. And I want to suggest some approaches around that you might want to consider. Now here's the acceptance and payment table, excuse me, that relates to this 2020 spec SSP6, and specifically the 302.06B section of that. When you go to the sampling and testing manual, it has a table for computing pay adjustment that involves the sieve analysis or the gradation. All right. Up here we have the cost per ton, because we're going to compute some pay adjustments here. We have the specification, which is our gradation limits for this SSP6, but it doesn't include plasticity index, the clay content, or it doesn't include the percent shale or percent fracture. And so what I did was take what the sampling and testing manual had, and I just added some other columns to it, added a remarks column. This gives you an example of the significance of the pay adjustment system with the limits that you currently have in the specification. And I'm not saying this is wrong. It's just that I think it can be fine-tuned. What the spec calls for is to run 3 samples a day, or 3 per 1,000 tons, and so you're running 3 sieve analysis tests, and these are an acceptance tests. And to kind of relate to this, if you're taking these samples to town, you're not going to get the results back for a day anyway, if you're lucky. So you may have quite a bit crushed by that time. Most of the crushing contractors I work with, crush, I'd say, in a difficult pit, they'll crush 200 tons an hour. In an easy pit, they might crush 400. You just, in a day's work, you would rack up a lot of tests here. I think there's a simpler way around this. But anyway, in this case, the average of these three is 2% out of spec, and it's 2% below. So that results in $1,100 pay adjustment. And I'm not going to take the time to go through the remarks over here, but these are what the contractor's stated remedy is to this situation when he sees this. And so, and it talks about him trying to utilize dirtier parts of the pit. And notice that his PI is in spec at the beginning, but the second time around, his minus, number 8 is a little bit higher, but he still has a pay adjustment, but his PI dropped. Hard to explain why that happened, right? But I've seen this happen. Some things you just don't understand. You think when you get into a dirtier part of the pit, the PI go up, but that isn't always the case. And then when he finally gets to the third sample, he's in specs, and he's been trying different parts of the pit each day, but his PI average is 2, and for 5,000 ton, that equals a $7,500 deduct. And so contractor in this case decided, well, he's got to go off site to meet that PI spec, so he finds a clay source, right? Well, that's what Rob was kind of talking about. If you spec a source and he has to haul in material to meet specs, that's something he didn't plan on. So, I think the emphasis here should be on getting better pit information. Okay. The second page of this, and this is sort of a 10,000 ton example, when this imported borrower he brings in, or overburden or whatever it is, brings the PI up, so he's in spec, so he avoids a pay adjustment there, and he's got his gradation in, not very far in, but it's barely meeting it. So for this 10,000 tons, the summary of that is in the lower left and in the center of the slide, and I've kind of summarized that so you can see them. The deductions were 1.8% for gradation, 7.5% for PI, right? And that's a huge hit on this 10,000 tons. And the testing cost is 36 cents a ton, right? For $10 a ton rock. So that isn't too hard, too big of a hit, but that can be reduced by testing fewer samples. Testing one sample per day, and that's what you base price adjustment on. So there's all kinds of ways of doing this. And I've been around this for, I hate to admit it, but like 50 years here, and this has always been a struggle. But there are some good methods for dealing with this, and I hope to address those a little bit better in the next section. So I think, explaining this deduction to some of your smaller contractors, Rob, I think, represents Knife Rivers, which is a pretty big contractor, but I suspect that a lot of the work that's done in the state is by smaller contractors. This needs to be explained to them, otherwise they may not even bid your work. And so getting together with your bidding pool or your contractors that bid your work, I think, is really good prior to advertising a contract, and that makes them feel like they're part of the process. They get their feet at the table, like Rob was saying. So I think that's really important. So anyway, like I say, I think there's some things that need to be maybe tweaked and thought about here. But this is a really good start. It's a struggle to get to make changes and for people to buy into them. So hopefully we're making some headway. Okay, I want to talk about best practices for gravel sampling and testing and acceptance. And we're going to talk about gravel spec limits, sampling, testing, and acceptance and payment. Okay. And one of the references that I like is the one that I wrote, of course, and that's called Guide Spec for Gravel Surfacing. And that is the basis kind of for this short section on this here. And this is a collection of ideas that people from, I don't know how many counties and 4 crushing contractors that I talk with annually about specification, and some 2 laboratory people. So those are kind of the 3 players involved in this process. And I revise this spec every year, and it's posted on the Montana Research website. So we're going to talk about gravel spec limits, right? If you're just starting out, I suggest that you take a state DOT base course gradation, you add PI and double the -200. That's my suggestion there. But that's it's better to start with an existing spec that somebody came up with, like a base course spec, and modify it than to come up with something all by your lonesome, so to speak. I'd investigate sources to determine if this specification, which I'll call a modified DOT spec, is realistic. This is kind of what Rob was getting around to. If you don't tell the contractor what's in the source, and if you, for instance, if you don't know it contains PI and you're speccing PI, that's a real problem. So you need to make sure it's realistic. And you should adjust the gradation and PI requirements to fit that local pit that you're going to make them use. And then I would strive to make a single document as opposed to extensive cross-referencing like in DOT specs. The cross-referencing in DOT specs makes a lot of sense for the DOT, but for smaller crushing contractors, they get lost in the process. I'd also provide some options for adding clay and so on. But again, getting feedback from crushing contractors and consultants is really important. So for sampling, what I suggest people do is take full bucket load samples every 2 hours and form a miniature stockpile. And then at the end of the day, flatten the stockpile out and take 1 composite sample. And then split that sample down for the contractor and the engineer to test. And, if the contractor comes back with good test results that compare with the consultant lab tests, that tells you that the contractor's testing operation, his QC operation, is at least looking at the correct information for making adjustments in the crusher. For testing, I'd test, 1 composite sample each day for acceptance, and then split that sample. Okay, and then I guess I'm getting a little mixed up here, but you can base acceptance on all of the daily test results, not just on a single day test results. And I think for a stockpiling, this makes sense, but you have to be concerned. You have to have some sort of limit. If the material is out of spec, the contractor needs to come on day 1, for instance. He needs to provide some sort of a plan so that he can get in spec. And as it does nobody any good to keep testing material and crushing material that doesn't meet specifications. I would strive to use sort of a simple pay adjustment system to avoid disputes and improve gravel quality. I'm a firm believer in pay adjustments. When this first came on the scene with the Forest Service in 1984, I was flabbergasted. It was so complicated. It required a computer, lo and behold. And back in those days, those were difficult to come by. But you can do it by hand, but it was extremely time consuming. So, but anyway, nowadays it's simple, the calculation part of it and everything. And I think this bonus payment is extremely important, as well as a reduction in payment. For quality measurement and payment, I would use cubic yards to simplify verification and measure stockpiles with a drone. A lot of crushing contractors don't like this, but it's a simple way to verify the amount crushed. And belt scales, loader scales, platform scales. They can all be manipulated, and the counties don't have enough people around to watch things like the DOTs do, or enough money to pay somebody to watch things like the DOTs do. So checking the end result here, I think, is the way to go. And I would allow payment based on cubic yards between two amounts, like 95 to 105% of the target quantity. And this, say for instance, he crushed, the drone says he crushed 98%. Well, you pay him for 98%. If he crushes 104%, you pay him for 104. And this will reduce your cost per cubic yard, because the contractor doesn't have to guess what that drone is going to, drone survey is going to do. And he can, so he isn't more than likely, he's not going to crush extra material to make sure he gets enough. So that'll actually reduce your costs. So the next section is on ways to lower gravel cost. Crushing, what we're going to talk about here is some crushing contract options. And I just have a list here. And this presentation, the PDF of it is available, I guess, if you're interested in, looking at spending more time with this. I probably failed to mention that to begin with. But anyway, all of these, 4 options are pretty easy to do. In Alberta, there's 3 counties that I know of that have 4-year contracts. And they get really good bids on their gravel, because that allows the contractor to perform during that 4-year period, which gives them a lot of flexibility. You can crush during the winter time. So they get pretty low cost per cubic yard. In order to make that work, though, you need stockpiles of gravel out there to last you 3 years anyway, so you don't run out of gravel. So, it takes a little bit of effort to get into that. There's some spec options, which we just talked about, these, and then there's a contract pit plan. This is extremely important for letting contractors know what he can, to reduce the amount of risk that he sees in bidding your work, and that'll lower his costs. And if you include just include test results from the previous contract, that'll give them a clue. And I think that when you dig holes out there, you should provide the depth of topsoil, overburden, and the water table, and the gradation, PI, and moisture content of the pit run gravel and overburden. And if you did that, that would reduce the cost considerably. A step back from that you can do in the office is just do an NCRS web soil survey. And I'm going to go, these bold things I'm going to go through in a couple of minutes here. But then establish some realistic spec limits for the material that you find in the pit. And then it is important to have some crushing contract clauses in there that I think are really important to help reduce the amount of time you spend on contract claims. This NCRS web soil survey, I've used this a lot over the years, and I put together this guide because there's a winter time when I'm out there not investigating gravel sources, so I need something to remind me how to do it, basically, when I come back. And this is like a remote recon, and you can locate gravel sources and clay deposits, and of course, what John was doing is tremendous. I mean, that's a giant step forward from just doing this remote recon, but this is sort of the old school way of doing it, you might say. But there is pretty good information in the web soil survey guide, or web soil survey online, so that you can figure out whether your deposit has clays or not. It's important to verify that what you're getting here. And to verify that, one simple way to do that is to do it for an existing pit that you have and see what's on the web for that. So on page 2 of this, again, it goes through the screenshots and what's important, and it boils down to this final page. which is the gravel and overburden data. And it gives you layer depths, gradation, and plasticity index. And just putting this information into your contract package will reduce your bids. And it'll deal with some of the things that Rob was talking about that, you know, he was so, I can tell his frustration level is pretty high here, and I don't blame him. But anyway, putting this in your contract is good. I would go out and verify that this is correct, especially for sources that have never been used before. This is where this method kind of shines, you might say. And I found it to be very accurate. And so, but you know, that's just where I work, I guess, in a few states and provinces. I guess there's pit run and overburden gradation process. This is one that I've used for years to reduce the amount of sample size that's required when you get into bigger rock. To get a representative sample of a pit that has, say, 6-inch minus rock in it, you have to take like a 500-pound sample. And you can sidestep that process by field screening on a 3/4 or 1-inch sieve, and you get a pretty good estimate of you know, what the pit run gradation is out there. And you only have to bring back like a 100-pound sample. So that's a lot easier. So anyway, when you get that information, you want to plot it up and to determine if your source limits are realistic. And this is a pretty simplistic situation here where we have a clean, and there is overburden that has some clay in it. And in this case, you plot up the pit run gradation that you determined after running your bucket field test and your laboratory test, and you mathematically go back in, and this process that this guide that I put together tells you how to do this. There's a spreadsheet for it, basically. But it gives you the gradation in the field, and in this case, this pit was so clean we had to add 5% overburden. Well, you can figure out how much overburden to add if you know what the gradation of the overburden is, which you get from the lab test. Okay. So anyway, one thing to realize is that when crushing, you don't really create a lot of minus 40 or minus 200. So you get a fair amount, or maybe a couple of percent at the most of rock dust that bumps the minus 200 up. But other than that, you know, your crusher settings are not close enough to actually grind up material down on this lower end. So you get rock dust and you get medium and coarse sands is kind of what you're up against there. So you determine the amount of overburden in the source fines and need to bring this into spec on paper. And the rest of it, in this case, is extremely simple. All a contractor needs to do is crush the +4 and get that into this spec envelope, which is pretty narrow and a lot narrower than what you have in the North Dakota specs. But you know, that's just you can narrow up this specification if you kind of know what you're starting with. Otherwise, if you narrow it up without knowing what your gravel pit is, you're really taking a big risk. And that, you know, the number 4 limits of 45 to 65 are pretty much ideal. So he'd have to crush a little bit of coarse sand in there to bring that up, but pretty simple. So we already talked about that. This investigation guide also gives you a way to estimate PI, which is, I didn't put that in here just for simplicity's sake, but that is another thing but it is an estimate. For crushing contract clauses, there's 2 of them that I think are absolutely essential. Most of your DOT specs in their boilerplate have statements to this effect under materials utilization in their 100 section. But they normally there's a pit run test accuracy statement that says that you know what's in the test holes, but you don't know what's in between. And that's pretty logical. But when you get into a dispute, if you don't have some sort of a statement like this, you're in worse position. Now, this last thing, pit utilization and crushing requirements, to the crushing contractor, all of this is understood. Well, except for the fact that down at the bottom, there's no payment, no additional payment for these things, but that's the critical statement in this whole thing. You don't want to be required to move in a new crusher if his crusher doesn't work, right? And you never know what kind of crusher he's going to show up with. It depends on the person getting the bid. So these two statements, I think, are very important. So anyway, that covers that part of that. And I was thinking after I jumped into the last section, I should stop and say, are there any questions? But I don't see Dale here, so I'm not sure that that's going to work for us.
I don't see any in the chat section, and Steve, the stuff you're going through is so so applicable. The again, just verifying that it's a complicated process that we need to figure out what we have in the field so that the contractor can make the cake, the gravel that we really want on the road. So I like the way you're presenting this.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I mean, you can tell I'm pretty opinionated on this, and I'm just getting too damn old to change my ways, I guess. But it's sort of a sign of frustration too, so, but it works for me, I guess. So,
thank you for helping North Dakota and our area. Thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. All right, we'll talk about blading practices for gravel preservation and adding fines from the shoulder. I don't think we addressed that specifically, but I think there was some comment about that at one point. The 4 to 5% crown, building a road surface crust on compacted gravel. These are three things that I know can extend your gravel life. And the last one here really depends on you having some clay in your gravel, which of course may not be realistic in some cases. But the last section, the next section we're going to talk about, talks about a lot of different ways you can add clay to your in-place gravel as well as during crushing. Okay, so adding shoulder fines. Every blade operator I think I know has done this to help improve gravel performance. Whether you got raveling or washboarding out there, sometimes that shoulder material can help kind of hold that together. And there's various ways of doing this, but my suggestion is to look at it as small amounts of shoulder, because if you add too much, you can get rutting. So you got to do it carefully. The thing that's really popular in Montana and Wyoming and in Alberta too are discs for pulling in, recovering rock and fines and adding fines, and also getting rid of your roadside vegetation, albeit temporarily getting rid of it. These things, this one's on the end of a moldboard, which is kind of unique. I've seen them this way on the front of blades, on the snowplow end of things, and on the ripper end of things, of course. So, but of course, adding too much actually can waste your gravel if you get into a rutting situation. So, that's important. But okay, we'll talk about proper crown and how it can preserve gravel. And basically, it sheds water and keeps the subgrade soils drier. And this is kind of what Greg was talking about earlier, where they did strength tests on their subgrade where they had better gravel that contained some clay, and they helped shed the water off the road, so it kept your subgrades drier. And of course, if you come up with if you have a decent crown that doesn't get rutted out or potholed or that kind of thing, then it's going to shed water better. So drier subgrades are stronger, reduces gravel layer thickness, and it also reduces the gravel layer contamination from the bottom up. And this little sketch we had earlier kind of showed that problem. Types of crowns is modified A crown, 4 to 5%. That's kind of what's recommended. Parabolic or rounded crown is often what you get when you have worn cutting edges. So, going to a carbide or some type of hardened proprietary edges, cutting edge is probably the thing to do. The excessive crown is also a problem, and the reason for that is that when you have excessive crowns, your truck traffic is going to go down the center of the road, and you get this kind of mushroom effect in the center, and you get water not draining off the road, so you get potholes around the center line. Of course, the flat and inverted crown are ones that are obviously not draining well. So, but all of these can cause potholes. Okay. Here's a picture of a road that has 5% slope on the outside, 4.7 on the other side, and 2 in the middle. And this is called the pothole zone. All right. You can kind of see this dark spot here. That's because of a little bit higher moisture content there, because water didn't drain off. That's one of your first potholes. And this is kind of what kind of develops over time if you can't get out there and blade it. I took a series of slides here, the same aggregate on about 2 miles of road. And the first is a pretty low crown. This is also a low crown. We're still getting rutting. We're getting less rutting as the crown is going up. And, you know, we got like a 4% crown where you hardly have any rutting. And this is the same traffic, same gravel, same precipitation event that caused this rutting. And so, you know, crown is really important. And I think, again, you know, you'll see some objections to that, but, you know, it can really reduce blading. And to prove that to yourself, I would build some sections on a road where you have enough gravel to do so, to build 4% crown, or maybe 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, maybe even 5. All right. So there's lots of benefits. Reducing pothole formation. It significantly reduces blading. It does lower traffic speeds, and because of that, it can reduce accidents and gravel loss. It lowers complaints for potholes, washboards, and loose rock, but it increases complaints because of the fact that you're driving on a crown surface that people don't feel so comfortable on. And your tall trucks like cattle trucks and so on with a high center of gravity, or log trucks, that type of thing, you know, they're going to drive down the center of the road in the wintertime when the road's slick so they can stay on it. So, you know, that's a problem. So, you know, there's areas where you should be going with a lower crown, and steep grades, for instance, any area of road that needs guardrail. You know, so again, you're going to get lower complaints about high crown if you go to a low crown, but you're going to get increased complaints about potholes, washboards, and loose rock. So kind of screwed regardless, I guess. So some blading practices that improve crown life. You know, one is to get compaction, and you need some moisture content to do that, of course, and you can articulate your blade frame to get more wheel passes over that center line during blading. And some people will build a 4.5% crown in the spring, and then they'll come back before they lose all their moisture and trim it to 4%. And the advantage of this is that while this 4.5% crown is in place, there's a lot of traffic compaction that's driving over it to compact it. I would suggest buying a manual crown meter. The slope meter model 2 is sort of a standard of the industry, and it's even for blades that, you know, have all the instrumentation and so on. I would still buy this because it's so visual. It helps the operator get that crown. And again, go to some form of carbide or hardened proprietary edges to reduce the rounded crown in the center. I want to talk about road crust building for preserving gravel here. And this preserves gravel by reducing pothole formation, dust, and so on. It reduces the need for blading. It makes expensive chloride treatments last longer. If you're using chloride, you know, this pothole or road crust thing is really important. But you got to have gravel that contains some clay to build a road crust that actually sheds water effectively. And to kind of illustrate this, and this slide kind of goes over some of the stuff we talked about before, but if you had gravelled out clay, you're going to get a lot of water through into your subgrade, and you're going to get a weakened subgrade, so you're going to lose some of your gravel from the bottom up. You may even get some rutting in the gravel that's reflected rutting from the subgrade itself. On the other hand, if you had gravel with clay and you're able to build a road crust on top of the compacted gravel down here by pumping some fines to the surface, you're not going to get a lot of water through that, so you're not going to lose that gravel in the bottom layer there. And if you've got chloride in your gravel, it's going to really help retain that chloride. Chloride is very leachable, you might say, from gravel surfacing. If you put chloride in this gravel surfacing over here, you'd see very limited life of the chloride just because it gets leached out with the first precipitation event. It starts the leaching process basically. And if you're using chloride, that also increases clay life by reducing dust. So that's something to think about, I guess. They two kind of go hand in hand. As far as the building process itself is concerned, I have a number of steps here on shaping the road after it rains, of course. Then, you cut out the defects, you mix the gravel and rebuild a 4% crown, or maybe 5% or 4.5%. And after, you do that, you compact that to get a good compacted layer. And then you, after compaction is complete, you light water the surface and increase the roller speed. And you can actually hear the suction behind the wheels when you're driving over this and at a fairly high speed. And it's pulling that fines to the surface, similar to the way you might finish concrete and try and pump some paste to the surface. Here in Stark County, I couldn't resist taking this picture. It's the first time I saw a water truck backing up to water in front of a roller, but they obviously have done this before, but they're pulling a towed pneumatic roller behind it, and that's what's going to pump the paste into this water. This is up in Alberta where they're attempting to do the same thing. Now, it's important to note here that you see a lot of paste work to the surface here, but there's an area where there's very little, and that's because they got some more coarse aggregate in this area, and they didn't do a good job of mixing their aggregate before they and compacting it before they started trying to do this. So your segregation can really mess with trying to pump fines to the surface. What you're trying to do is just build a veneer on top of the compacted gravel, and when this dries, it gets pretty hard if it has clay in it, and it won't dust initially. And after a real long summer, of course, it starts dusting. You get wear on that surface. Some counties will periodically go out and water these surfaces, and the traffic will pump that paste back and sort of recreate it. Here back in Stark County, we put a little bit too much water on the surface here, and you don't want to get runoff on the surface, because that's carrying some of your clay material. And this is, I'm sure you folks have seen this before, but with a gravel road where you pump fines to the surface, you don't see much gravel, and this is a rubber tired mark. You can't really see in this photo, but that's why it's blown up here. But anyway, this is a road that we put bentonite in and also calcium chloride. But so anyway, summary of finer primary points are, the road shoulder fines can reduce washboards and float, and but adding small amounts is important. I would experiment with higher crowns to see the benefits of that for yourself with your materials, and try building road crust for your gravels that have some clay in it to reduce blading. So that concludes that section. And I don't know if there's any questions. If we have any there, we can do that.
There aren't any at this time. Greg, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was just going to add, once in a while, Steve, we'll push that crown limit up to 5 or 5.5 if we have weak gravel, just because we need to get that off the roadway. It's not a recommended procedure, but generally at the 5 or 5.5%, if you have weak gravel, you also don't have slick roads because you have all that rock laying on top. So not not a big issue for us. I guess in the motor grader class that we teach, we say you spend April, May, and June building your crown. July, August, and September, you try to maintain that so you have something going into winter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great point. You know, I guess some roads, counties and Forest Service I work with, they have they need to rebuild their crowns sometimes in the fall, because if they don't, they end up the crown is so beat out that if they don't do that in the next spring, their roads are so wet that it takes a long time for them to dry back. And if they rebuild that crown in the fall, they can come back and get all their blading done in the spring when the moisture content's right, which is oftentimes a short window. So blading in the fall, I think, is something to think about. Gives you a better surface to plow off of too, if you're plowing gravel.
Another thing that we really stress to our people, summertime, if you want to wear your gravel out in a hurry, go out there July and August when you haven't had any rain for 30 days and just keep blading it, because it's air conditioned and you don't have anything else to do.
Yeah, blading itself is a problem with gravel loss. You know,
It is.
Yeah, so you can you're making it look pretty, but it's short-lived because it's too dry. And good, excellent point. Yeah.
We term that recreational blading here in South.
Yeah, pretend blading.
Okay. Yeah, that air conditioning kind of comes back to haunt us, I guess. I want to get into construction methods for adding clay to gravel. And again, you can add clay while crushing. You can add clay to existing stockpiles, and you can add clay to in-place gravel on a road. And there's a lot of different methods here we're going to talk about, some with bentonite, some with just bank run clay. And, one of the ideas behind this is to get your thought process kind of going, and you can probably come up with a better way to do this with your clay sources or your gravel than we have in this presentation. But the whole idea is to kind of get you thinking outside the box. And we'll talk firstly about while crushing, and this is a source in Campbell County, Wyoming. And they have a lot of clay in Wyoming beneath their gravel deposits and also above them. In this case, they were trying to mix clay from underneath the gravel source and feed it through their crusher. And of course, that doesn't work. You know, this clay may look sort of dry, but it actually forms platters when it goes through a cone crusher and jams them up. So, you know, that just doesn't work. And so they brought in some overburden that contained clay, and they basically mined from the bottom of the gravel layer on up. And, that's the cheapest way, I think, to add clay during crushing. And I have a picture here in Richland County, Montana, where we actually left a lot of the overburden on top of the gravel source, because we had crushed out of this before and we'd stripped the overburden like is typically done, and we ended up with like 6% minus 200. And we're looking for 12 or 14%. And so we left overburden in there, and we also had a Scoria reject pile that was close, so they brought in a few scrapers and spread that over there. And this basically is the mine area that we spread that on. So this is sort of a bird's eye view of a gravel pit where we added a clay layer. And sometimes if it's gonna be a while, or you're gonna get rains, it's a good idea to cover that with pit run to keep the moisture out of the clay. And so, you know, when you scoop out of this, you're maybe not going to get clay in every scoop, but by the time you get this material gets into the stockpile, it's all going to be in there. Now you need to figure out what kind of layer depth is important. What kind of layer depth you need based on the -200 and the plasticity index of the combination of these two materials. All right, and we figured out that we needed like a little over a foot of overburden on top of this in this case, and so you just go by depth, and it's not that complicated. Another way to do this, and Rob kind of got at this a little bit, you said you can add clay before the material goes through the crusher, before the pit run goes through the crusher, or you can add it afterwards. And this is most of the time people pick this way, because if you have it over here and it starts raining, you're going to plug up your sieves and have some problems in your screens in your crusher. So most people put it downstream on the pay belt. And another thing you can do is add a spray bar here, which will add water to the stockpile. And you got to ask yourself whether hauling water to the pit is a better way to add water, or adding water with a water truck when you go out and place the rock. So that's kind of an optional thing. A pug mill, pug mills are great, except that a lot of times they're not maintained very well. If you're adding clay, you can get material sticking to the side of the pug mill, and when that material comes off, it'll make a clay ball within your stockpile. So that I'm not a fan of pug mills, and most of the time they'll charge $4 or $5 a ton for a pug mill, which in my mind is kind of a waste. These little bin feeders, they have like a 3-phase gear motor on this, where you can vary the speed of this belt, and then there's a adjustable gate here you can open or close, and these are all over the place. A lot of them are off of old hot plants. Here's one that's got a belt on it, towable, and you might say, and it's got a grizzly on top of it. And sometimes when you're adding clay, the material isn't feed, and Rob kind of got at this a bit too. Sometimes it contains clay chunks, and so you need to make sure your clay is maybe 3/8 minus if possible, by driving over it or pulverizing it somehow. But anyway, if you have problems feeding, moisture content's probably a little high. What you can do is just premix some crushed gravel with this, maybe a bucket of crushed gravel for every bucket of clay, and increase your belt speed. So you're sending your crushed material through the plant twice, but you can even add pit run to it, and it'll help it feed better. This is an area where they're adding bagged bentonite, and in this case, I think they're 3,000 pound bulk bags, and they got that feeder that we showed in the previous photo, and they're adding this downstream of the crusher, so the stockpile's off to the left here, the crusher's on the right, and you can figure out how great a gate opening you need just by if you have belt scales, that's handy. And so for each 3,000 pound bag, you should be running 50 tons of gravel over the belt, and use that up. So, and that relates to 3% bentonite. Most of the bentonite jobs I've seen, they go with 2 to 3%. Some over that, but not usually. More expensive way to add powdered clay. I should go back. I'm sorry. This is bentonite in bulk bags is usually about $120 a ton at the plant. At the bentonite mine, okay, so you got to pay it to get to this point. And so when we get into bulk bentonite, that's, you can get that delivered by trailer, which reduces your transportation costs and per ton, and the cost per ton for bulk bentonite is like around $60 a ton usually at the bentonite mine. But this way of doing it is kind of overkill. Unless you're hot loading material right out of the crusher. In this case, this is a forceps project where they didn't have room to stockpile and a new pit. So they're hauling material out to the road and placing it on the road. So we want to make sure that this dispensing here is accurate, so we don't end up with areas on the road that have too much clay in them. So this is a vein feeder here. When we talk about stockpiles, you can take a stockpile and break it down so you have a large top to it. Add, bentonite clay, or you can actually add bank run clay this way too. But the problem with this is you need to either mix it into the layer of rock or cover it so that it doesn't get wet. Because if it gets wet, it's gonna be a mess when you go and load this out. But anyway, this is just another way to deal with stockpiles. They make these mobile concrete dry batch plants for adding concrete to coarse rock and sand. But you can use the same kind of setup for adding bentonite to gravel, and you can auger pelletized bentonite or powdered bentonite through this auger, just like you do cement. Here's another stockpile, and using, that doesn't have clay, and using a bend feeder here and clay. You put some clay in there, and this gives you an idea how much clay you would need by bucket load volume if you're looking for 2%. Most of the time with bentonite, you can get away with adding 2%, not get in trouble if you haven't done any testing on it. And usually 4% bank run clay is another thing to look at, I guess. But this is just by volume. It's more accurate, of course, if you'd have loader scales. And you can put a spray bar in here with a water truck and get some moisture into your stockpile as well. This blending with a loader is not very efficient, and so I won't suggest doing it the way this slide shows it, and that's why I have this inefficient process thing pop in here. This is a way that Clay Smith in Teton County, Idaho, came up with. What he does is puts like 25 bucket loads out here for, maybe 4 or 5 belly dump loads, and he'll spread a bucket of bentonite, a pit run bentonite, which happens to be close to his area, and so he gets it for nothing basically, and he'll load this out from this end of the pile, and when he loads out his truck, so he gets a bit of bentonite in that on every bucket load that he loads out. So I thought that was kind of ingenious. So he loads out from the end here. This is just using a platform method, and you can do this with a blade. They're doing this with a mill razor, which it's basically a blade with a grinder on it. And you can mix in this case, they're mixing both calcium and bentonite into this material. So now adding bentonite clay with a water truck is possible. One of the things that is not so good with this is that it takes quite a few water trucks to get the clay content up to 10%, but 2% on 2%. But it's a way to use bentonite, and I wrote a guide for this, which is in the reference material. The general process is to determine the desired amount of clay, and we'll talk about that in a minute, and then find a source of bentonite and kind of look at your cost per ton of the bentonite, and then the cost per mile on the project, which would include your transportation costs for this. So I kind of go into it knowing what you're getting into cost-wise before you order bentonite, and you can purchase a jet hopper from Wild Bin and Billings for about $800, or you can make them. The plumbing in this is a little bit more complicated than it appears, but they'll tell you how to make one if you want to make one too. So they're interested in selling bentonite more than jet hoppers. So, but this is a common thing in the oil fields to blend bentonite. But if you mix 10% bentonite slurry, and so you can do that with a 2,400 pound bulk bag and 3,000 gallons of water, then the 10% is not, you can mix it at 12, at 8, the higher the percentage you can mix it at, the fewer trips you have to make out there to water the road. But the next step after you get it mixed is to spread it on the road, and I would spread it on to see how it works for you, spread it on a short section of the worst washboard gravel road section you have, and blade mix it into the surface, and then determine if the treatment's going to bind anything. And by the time the fall rolls around, see how it sets up, see if you can get a road crust with it, and then look at it the following spring season. That's sort of a schematic of how it's done anyway. If you need some way to lift that bulk bag up and feed it into the jet hopper and just circulate the water with your water truck pump until it's all dissolved, and then spread it on the road, and then mix it into the road surface. The amount of bentonite clay needed for fixing existing gravel problems is in this table, and what this does is it's going to give us different percentages of clay based on how bad your problem is out there, basically. So if you don't have a real bad problem, but you want to do something, 1% clay by weight gravel will certainly make a difference. But if you got a real bad problem, you're probably going to need 2.5%. And correspondingly, you might want to mix it deeper if you got a real bad problem. You got to make sure you got, that kind of depth out there to start with, of course. And the fact that you don't want to make it, you don't want to be doing this where your gravel's totally worn out either. But the bentonite application rate kind of tells you, how many pounds per square yard results from, these two numbers here. And that's handy if you want to figure out what the pounds per or tons per road mile is for other than a 20-foot wide road. So for a 20-foot wide road, you need like 6 bags of bentonite for the low problem. So, that's not much bentonite, but you're looking at probably $700 right there. So, but that would treat a mile of road if you have those small problems. If you have large problems, you're going to be spending a lot more to be effective. Now, spreading bank run clay with a belly dump is one that I kind of got from one of the county folks in North Dakota there. I think I have his name in the slide here later. But the concept is to add, bank run clay to gravel in a belly dump so that the clay will actually flow out of the belly dump. If you add straight clay to a belly dump, it normally will not come out well and uniform. You'll have big bunches of it here and there, and it requires quite a bit of blading to uniform that up. So if you add it to, or if you spread it out of a belly dump when it's mixed with gravel, you'll get a much better spread. And there's a one-page guide on this, and the general process is to locate some bank run clay. Like Greg said, landfills are a really good source for clay if you can spare some, and you might want to dig some holes to check for moisture. Most all clay soil in the summertime will be dry on the surface and wetter underneath, and you can blade clay out of that, the top of that source, so you can rotary mix it and then windrow with a blade, then spread the gravel window next to the clay, and then blade those two together, then load out your belly dump with that mixture. Then try and spread on 300 to 500 feet of road surface and see how even the spread is, and then mix that into the gravel road surface. You don't want to leave that there. What you're trying to do is add clay to existing gravel this way, because you're putting on a 50% clay, 50% gravel mix. So, and again, if you have problems spreading, you might try and lower the moisture content of the clay or add more gravel. So anyway, this is a slide I borrowed from Greg, and where he's using a blade to make a windrow of clay here. And when you do that, if the clay is dry, you end up with a pretty good pulverization of it. And then you bring in a windrow of gravel and then just blend those two together and like this, and then load that out in a belly dump and then spread it on 300 to 500 feet of road, and then blade mix it, water it, and compact it. Now this gives you an idea of the amount of bank run clay needed to fix existing gravel problems. For years I hesitated making this chart because bank run clay content can be can have very different plasticity indexes or clay content. But anyway, this is for a lot of bank run clays. This will make this chart will help you get to the end result, I guess. Same kind of chart as in the past. The amount of bank run clay here is 3 times that of the bentonite clay, and that's because the bentonite clay has such a high plasticity. You don't need that much of it, but it gives you the rates per square yard, and then the rates or the amount of tons per mile for a 20-foot wide road. People question why, I suggest 20 feet, and that's basically where most of your traffic goes. If you look at your traveled road and you measure the width of it, if you have a 24-foot wide road, good part of the time, most of your traffic will be within that center 20 feet. Okay, there's various ways of, clay spreading equipment for fixing in-place gravel, and we already talked about the belly dump, and here I have the bank run clay. I call it lean clay in this chart, but then the fat clay, which is the bentonite, you can do that, spread all 3 of these types of material. Cat litter is bentonite, so there's a cat litter plant around. They probably have reject bentonite they'd give you, unless you said you really wanted it, then they'd charge you for it. They make trailer distributors for dry, truck and trailer distributors for dry clay, and but that wouldn't be good for the bank run clays. And here's some other types of trailers and spreaders, and I got some photos of all of these, including the paddle wheel scraper here, which is definitely thinking outside the box. Anyway, here's the trailer distributors and truck and trailer distributors for dry product. Here they're spreading actually calcium chloride, but the pelletized bentonite works good. The powder does not, because it makes too much dust. Live bottom trailers. This is an asphalt live bottom trailer. This guy put spinners on the back of it, like in an agricultural fertilizer spreader, basically, to spread the treatment out. And here, this contractor is using a fertilizer spreader. First thing you learn is that it creates too much dust with the dry product, and so you take the spinners off or disconnect them. Salt spreaders, another way to spread product. A lot of folks have, winter sanding salt spreaders, truck spreaders. The problem with that is the application rate coming out the back is so light that it takes quite a few passes to get the application on. You get a very uniform application, but it's just kind of labor intensive. One way that Richland County, Montana has done this is to use pneumatic trailers and basically opening a bunghole in the bottom of the pneumatic trailer as you drive along. Not real well controlled, but you have a blade, you can flatten that out and then blade it into a windrow. And the paddle wheel scraper is another one where you can get up to 30-35 miles an hour with these spreading bank run clay, and if your clay is dry enough, that'll give you quite a spread on the road. And I have to do that when there's no traffic around, but that's another way. So there's in-place mixing options are sort of spelled out here, and after you get your clay spread, you need to get it into the surface. Of course, you can use a blade. Problem with that, it's pretty inefficient unless you're trying to mix it into thin gravel layers, but that presents its own problem, and that you might be getting into the subgrade. So you got to make sure you got enough rock there to start with. And this kind of goes through another chart that kind of gives you some pros and cons of the different types of mixing equipment. Here's a blade, of course, mixing. I think it's mixing, actually, it's so white, it's probably not bentonite, it's probably calcium chloride, but it works the same way. And I guess I got to back up. This is pretty inefficient compared to rotary mixing. But you know, if you have this piece of equipment, that's the reason for using that. And you can blade mix bags into a windrow by figuring out how, based on how big your windrow is. This will give you, based on bentonite content and the size of the windrow, it can give you a bag spacing for 50-pound bags, kind of in a labor-intensive way, but it's a way to try things. So this is kind of what you do. You put the bags in the windrow, and then you mix it, adding water if necessary, then blade to your crown and compact. The capital I mulcher actually mixes these windows up quite efficiently. It doesn't mix into a compacted road surface well at all, but if you have loose material, that'll do a good job of mixing. The zipper machines for pulverizing asphalt can also be used for that. This mill razor, of course, is actually built for doing this, for incorporating this, so it's a good machine for that purpose. And you can add water at the same time, get it all up to correct moisture content. It's pretty fast, 1 to 2 lanes per mile is really moving out compared to the other methods. Here they're mixing bentonite, calcium chloride, and water, so they have 2 layers of additive here, and mixing water into it. And the old bull mags, or rotary mixers like this, work great. There's a little problem with depth control sometimes, and what some people will do is pull all of their gravel to one side of the road and then make one pass through this. And one of the reasons for doing that is if most of those machines are just 8 feet wide, and if you're trying to treat 20 or 24 feet, you have to make 4 passes, which ends up taking quite a bit of time. It's a lot easier to bunch that, or a lot faster to put that all on one side of the road and then spread it back when you're done with it. So here's that kind of operation going, old Bros machine, which became CAT. So, and the last part of this is on in-place mixing gravel and subgrade. And we already talked about mixing in shoulder soils, and again, you got to be careful how much you mix in. You still need a clay binder to get a road crust. And if you're mixing silts in, that's not a good idea, because the silts don't bind together. And basically what you're doing is adding dust to your road surface, which will dust off. So that'd be very short-lived. There is an Iowa method I learned about a year or so ago about mixing gravel into clay subgrade. What they did was put together a spreadsheet that tells you how deep to mix your gravel into your subgrade based on knowing your gravel depth and gradation of the gravel, and also the gradation of the subgrade. And so you mix the gravel and subgrade together. The main kicker I see with this, or problem, is that you're relying on a consistent depth and a consistent gradation of your subgrade. So that could be a problem. But it's another method. might be useful, and there's some information on the guide on this, which is basically the spreadsheet that kind of takes you through the process. Okay, for this mixing clay section, the primary points are that many clays improve gravel with different, there's many ways to improve gravel with different clays. You need to be cautious about the amount used. I would suggest trying different amounts on the same road to see what works best, and think outside the box. And the winner of that in this presentation is the paddle wheel scraper, of course, but I was impressed in Wyoming with that county's use of what they had on hand. So here's some one-page guides and other information. These are in PDF format, so if you want that PDF document, that's available. as far as the primary points are concerned, of the whole presentation here that I gave, better gravel, quality gravel can really lower your long-term costs. And again, the place to use that is on your highest traffic roads. And the clay binder does improve gravel performance. I'd say testing clay is critical. And we had some good discussion on testing clay here, which I think we'll build upon for this presentation. And, gravel gradation, the amount of clay kind of work together. I think sampling and testing is cheap insurance. And I would consider, some spec options that have worked well for others to think about that and think as your spec as a work in progress and run that past your crushing contractors. And that, in my experience, has been an annual wake-up call. So I'd really strongly suggest that. And think about, good blading practices for gravel preservation. And then also, there are many ways to add clay to crushed gravel and also to gravel on the road. So that's, kind of summarizes what we covered here. And I'm very sorry, we're well beyond our 3-hour limit. But I really appreciate the opportunity to Dale to, provide this information. So I'll go back, stop sharing this and go back to you.
Oh, Steve, not sorry for running over. Thank you for running over.
Oh, well.
Oh my goodness, you're such a great resource for North Dakota, our whole region, Steve. You're just a wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Well, you're very generous. I appreciate it.
I am so looking forward to this spring when we get to catch up with Rob face to face and have a little more extended class. That's going to be a blast, and certainly hope you're able to make the trip with us. We'll bring you in virtually if you can't make the trip, though. You're going to be part of our success.
Well, I appreciate that very much.
Yeah. And so we started off today with John helping us understand the importance of what we have, the ingredients to make a cake. We got to know if we've got it. And then across the state, the conditions vary so much in the aggregate sources, the supplies, the quality. What can we do? What should we do? What can we afford? It's a balancing act. And working with our contractors like Rob, Knife River, and all the small contractors that are out there helping us make better, safer roads, that's what we're really after. Better gravel, better roads, safer roads, getting us all home safe every day. So this is an impressive effort. I'm so glad that John, Rob, Greg, and you, Steve, were able to help us share some information with our audience today. So again, thank you.